Hello, everybody. Hi.
Hello.
Let's get.
How's
We're
it
gonna hear some
going?
noises. Got to get my mic adjusted. Here we are. Hi. Oh, I gotta turn my volume off on the computer I watch chat with. I don't want to hear my own voice. No.
Oh, I'm hearing your own voice a lot.
What? Do you have your volume on for the
Oh,
stream?
mute.
Okay. Hi. Oh my god, Clip Studio, you're broken. Okay. The drawing app is broken. We have a black screen. Whoop. Whoop. We're gonna need 2 pictures today. I was gonna make detailed minutes, but then today sucked. So we didn't. We're gonna have to book our way through. We're gonna go through faster than you've ever seen. Are people ready for that? Are you ready for an incredible speed? Genuinely Krabby, thank you so much.
Thank you, genuinely Krabby.
You know what? I love when people are genuinely crabby. It always sucks when people are just like putting on a bad attitude just because they think it's cool.
You've nailed it. When people are just like, I'm kind of crabby, it's so embarrassing.
If someone deletes drawings today, the end result will just be worse because we have less time because we're getting through 2 arcs. It is...
I am not going to delete it today.
It is Amazon Lily time.
Amazon Lily has got quite a few chapters if you consider some of the information that you get from it. It's a hype chapter. I don't want to undervalue it. Mm-hmm. Where did we get to? Did I read all of chapter 514 when we read out loud on stream?
I believe so. And yeah, we are now... Yeah, we're covering all of Amazon Lily today. We prior just did Sabaody Archipelago. And last time you were wondering, like, did Kuma send them to another dimension? Did he store them somewhere? And it turns out,
no, nope. We knew right away because I read the first chapter. Boom. Yeah.
Simple as gets teleported to another island. Here we are.
Hey, happy birthday, Shari Games. I'm glad that we double streamed for you.
Happy birthday. I'm just getting my reference set up. Getting some
I only
pictures.
read 4 pages into the next arc. I just want to point out 4 minor pages. Thank you, Luffy's left.
Yeah, you more or less stayed within the limit.
After I decided to read all of Impel down.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. It's worth noting. You stayed within the limit after the limit was increased by 25 chapters.
Yeah. You betcha I did.
Yeah, so
in my defense,
there's a reason that the title says Amazon Down, and it's that Amazon Lily and Impel Down doesn't fit in the title section.
Hey, Ray.
Okay.
We were going to jail.
Who's going to jail?
We were all going to jail, and so I had to read the next arc.
This is the biggest read ahead we've had in a long time. Like, I think the last one I can remember was Alabasta, where I was like, look, you can either stop here or read the whole thing. And you went, I'm smoking the whole pack. We're doing it.
You always say smoking the whole pack.
Look, it's the best analogy.
My defense was that we were on our way. I had no choice. I had to carry on. Things were there. Reasons.
Yeah. So... we ready? We here? We're an Amazon Lily. I think it's... I love to get started just with the chapter you read live because YouTube viewers aren't going to have had that beautiful experience. Because I think it immediately starts off in a great place because it is Luffy on his own for the first time since chapter 1.
I don't want to lie to you, YouTube. You messed up not coming and being part of...
That's true.
Twitch.
Wouldn't it be crazy?
We read that aloud.
So I'm going to be trying this year to get the VODs channel up and running soon. Like, actually start posting to it. Wouldn't it be crazy if I just started, like, cutting the live readings out of the VOD so that that's only for live viewers? People who are here watching live, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about, like, it being a special thing for you guys? And I go out of my way to remove that from the VODs for the channel.
It would be cheeky, you are a brat. This person not a fan.
Some people are saying do it. There's a mix. There you go, my boy. Oh my boy, he just had his
Right
first
on right
professional
says,
grooming.
if we were in the back of a cop car, what would be the first thing that you would say to me? Well, right, we don't know each other, so the first thing I would say to you is, if we did know each other, I would say, yeah, checks out.
Oh man. So we have Luffy. No, I'm not gonna edit it out. Look, guys, it's more work. It's more work just to be mean. I'm not gonna do it, but it would be funny.
He's almost willing to do it, but he doesn't have that kind of time.
Exactly. Like, if it wasn't for the extra time it took, I would absolutely go out of my way to edit it out. However,
Oh, he's a Jin.
Kaido made
There's
a
a
poll.
reason I
Oh
call
god. Okay, you know what? If you guys vote that we should keep the live readings for live only, if that's what the poll says, then once we have someone in charge of the VOD channel, like once I have someone... Oh, by the way, this is an offer. If anyone really likes administrating stuff, I want someone to be in charge of the VOD channel, and the deal I want to make is based off of what Secret Sleepover Society does, where the VOD channel... I basically want to be like, hey, here, whoever wants to run it can run it. You're in charge of making thumbnails. You're in charge of everything. Care about metrics, because I'm going to take no ad revenue from the VOD channel. The ad revenue will exclusively belong to whoever runs and operates the VOD channel. So that is something I'm looking for in the future. Someone who can post VODs and they are going to be the sole recipient of ad revenue from the channel. Otherwise, they won't be paid, but they will get the ad money. Celio, you're so busy already. You have so much going on. Yeah.
Okay. I say we get into this, and the reason is there's a lot going on.
We have a lot to cover.
And people were all like, Mommy used to cork more. And they're right. I used to spend way more time getting to research and cork.
Second half of the series, we're gonna do more corking, because we just really want to get through this for both YouTube reasons and for, look, do you really want to break this down as much as it should have been and read this slower?
I am going to cork these as I go along quite a bit, and I got some stuff that I want to talk about for sure. And then I think we said we were going to be reading small enough, interesting enough that I would be able to cork more. Because sometimes I'm reading a lot. Thank you so much, Dreamadon. 5
subs, that's a lot. You guys are great.
Okay, here we go. We were like, oh no, what's going to happen? And then I read it aloud. I know I read it aloud because we had a whole great big talk about my life drawing. And how I'm not good at life drawing and I make people feel bad about their bodies.
God, I do remember, because of the mushroom bit. Yeah.
Don't forget the fried eggs.
Yep.
That's
I do recall this.
That's sexism right there. That's what that is. Okay.
There's a reason it came up, is what I was saying.
Everybody should just be forewarned. I'm going to try and turn my mic off when it happens. I'm definitely sick.
Yeah, there's going to be some coughing today.
Yeah, I've been sick enough to go and lay on the couch and be the kid who doesn't get to be in their bed.
Y'all saying I'm erasing women while actively drawing women is questionable. Is all I'm saying.
What are you talking? Thank you very much, Per Juniper. I was up all night being the coughing kid. Okay. So we get there, and you know what? This proves so many things. And I have a whole idea about Kuma, and because it's a little quirky from last episode, I'm going to put my idea out there right now.
Okay.
So Kuma shoots everyone off into different areas, and I got to say that I love where they went. Thank you, Sup. Because each one of the places, I can already see the value of the types of things it's going to bring back to the Straw Hats when they all come back together again. Like, you've got all of these different places where they're getting information that they otherwise wouldn't have had. So this actually, he sent them all to places that I want to predict in a corkboardy kind of way are actually going to help them further down their path and going to help Luffy to be the right type of god.
Okay. So helping Luffy be the right type of god and helping the crew learn what they need to.
Yeah, because he sent them to places where they're finding out things about work internment camps. They're finding out about the different types of islands and the needs of people. And the Dr. Vegapunk's island, and Frankie's finding out a lot more about himself and being a cyborg. Like, there's going to be all sorts of things going on here because of the places that he sent them. And I was like, yes, yes, and yes. Also, can you tell me, or does anyone know, I looked back a little, but I literally had this thought. Did somebody delete your art?
Yeah, for the bit of saying I'm not erasing women, I'm actively drawing women. All right, fuck, Boa's back looks so good though. All right, it's gone. She is gone. Are you happy? I'm erasing women.
I am not happy because I need you to get all of the things done.
Look, honestly, better now than any other time in the stream.
Yeah.
Now there's no more guillotine hanging over the stream because that's a 1-of-1 redeem. Only one delete your art can be done per stream. Say no to sex. God. No, I've been made a sexist. I deleted women. No.
I don't know what to tell you. That
Chat,
was rude.
How could you?
Sexism. Okay, so does anybody know, I had this thought 10 or 15 minutes before we came on here when I was thinking back to some of the Japanese history that I've researched in the past. So in Japan, after World War II, because of the bombs being dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they made it so that it is actually in constitutionally banned for Japan to go to war or to be into war. And it's one of the only countries in the world where it's actually a banned thing. And they call themselves a type of thing that means like pacifist. And the only way that Japan is allowed to fight is if they are first fought upon. So it's only a defensive fighting. They can fight. They can level 6 boredom hill. I don't know what that is. They can fight, and they can, as long as they are fought upon, and then they can defend themselves and fight. So they do have naval bases, et cetera, et cetera. But it started to make me think about Kuma and how he is called a pacifisto, and whether or not what's happening is Oda is making a direct connection between Kuma and Japan and their new feelings on war and fighting, and if he represents the idea of the way that Japan now sees war, going to war and being in war only as a potential thing for pacifists. But they've made him an ultimate defense machine because he was fighting with that other woman who was pure defensive. Thank you for your subs.
That's a dude. Sorry, that is a dude.
Right, that's right. You told me that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to call them.
Sentomaru is a guy. They are based off of traditional sumo.
Sure, okay. And so when I was looking at them as a defensive thing, and I was thinking, it's interesting that they put those two together in particular when Japan has this constitutional perspective of never being the aggressor and war being off limits, which of course you would if your nation was the nation that had atomic bombs dropped on it.
Also, if your nation had a history of, for the past 600 years, starting a bunch of wars and coming out of all of them worse for wear.
Exactly. And so, and they're the only ones that atomic weaponry was used upon.
Yeah.
And so I think it's really interesting, this idea. So I started to look back, and every scene, it feels like when he's actually fighting and hurting and fighting back, it seems to be after he's first fired upon, even if he provokes firing from what I can see. So I'm going to look into that a little more. But it started to make me think about that.
2, 3, 4.
You should have a limit on push-ups or you are going to be in a very, very weird place. There you go. Oh, thank God, you're finally back. You were gone forever.
Yeah, we missed you. It was a pretty big deal. See, the thing is, someone deleted the art so early that I feel like I need to find a new composition, but it's hard to do.
No, you did. I liked the way it was, so do it again.
I'm not doing it again. The whole idea is do it better. That's the delete your art principle. No, she needs to be in the corner. That's it. That's it. That's it. This is it. We found it.
Okay. So when Kuma moves them everywhere, I thought about how he is a pacifist and he is looking for change in the world. And I now see Kuma in the future as being somebody who actually is against the ultimate godlike dragons of jerkdom.
So you think he'll fight the ultimate godlike dragons of jerkdom?
Well, no, I think he sent them to all the different places that they are because he knew that it was going to give them what they need. Because he wants to see the world be a better, more pacifistic place. And so I think that these are the places that he chose for a reason. And he definitely put Luffy in the right spot. And we definitely also needed Luffy to be on his own again. So that he could kind of re-go through the whole process of his journey of seeing who he is and what his beliefs are, and if when he's alone he has the same trajectory as when he is with a group.
And I think it's so powerful because we see that Luffy is a different person, because in the beginning he was an idiot who was like, yeah, a dinghy, I'll be the king of the pirates, I'll sail around, and he has the growth to walk around, and sure, he's lost without his crew. He doesn't know what to eat, he doesn't know how to treat his wounds, but he also finds a boat and is like, I just get lost if I go out on my own. And that shows so much wisdom about the world that he's gained, that he knows how important everyone is.
Yeah, exactly. I just talked about that, Celia, that I believe that he's called the pacifista because it's kind of a tie-in to Japan's pacifism thing that they've baked into their constitution so that they're not allowed to fight or have wars. It's constitutionally illegal. And so I think that there's maybe some representation taking place in there. Maybe. Who knows? The other thing about Luffy being on this world by himself is that he's been leaning, as he should, he's been leaning into other people's talents. And so now he is having to lean in his own talents in a lot of ways. And what happens to him right away? He eats stupid shit and ends up covered in mushrooms that could actually kill him. And then has
being
to be
strangled to death by mushrooms.
Yeah, which really was The Last of Us, like bizarrely The Last of Us.
You did bring that up last time.
And gross. I know you're cool with it because you love body horror.
No. I like very specific body horror, which... So here's the thing. Piles of human limbs and human body parts like Nico Robin, that is body horror I jive with. Fucking love it. The end screen of Slay the Princess, that is my shit. That is peak body horror for me. Oh, it's so good. People who've seen the end screen of Slay the Princess know what I am talking about. The other one is plant-based body horror I love. Mushrooms are technically not plants. I think as far as this, they're in the same ballpark, and I think the zombies in The Last of Us, and I think this, both cool, both great.
All right, well, I found it horrific. I already talked about the mushroom that won't come off before. It is easy when you are drawing live art to draw all private parts for boys as mushrooms. They always seem to come off that way. Especially if I'm drawing them. If I'm drawing them, 10 out of 10, your private parts will look like mushrooms. Unless you're a girl, and then your boobs will look like fried eggs. And I apologize profusely to all people whom have been live models for me and have had to deal with that. Okay. The other parts I'm really good at drawing. I really am. I don't know what the hell goes on for me.
No, you are. Like I've said before, I think if you'd practiced as much as I had, you would be undoubtedly a better artist than I am. You have a great natural aptitude. But you know what? Not everyone's good at everything, and it just so happens you can't draw dicks.
Hey, but I can draw great mushrooms. Really good mushrooms.
Pacifist, more like pacifist through St. Charlos. Oh yeah, no, she did see, I misread something. She did see the anime version of that. That is true. It's fantastic. I found something out recently. The One Piece movie everyone likes because it's sad and depressing and animated, directed by one of Japan's best animation directors. It was actually where that came from.
Thank you, Tsushiyama.
You know that thing? Oh yeah, thank you, Tsushiyama. You know that thing where Luffy punched St. Charlo so hard that the color went away from him.
Yeah.
That actually was first ever done in any animation in the really sad One Piece movie, Film 6, and people think that the St. Charlo's punch was inspired by One Piece Film 6.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and
I don't get to see any films because you keep me in the dark.
I haven't seen any of the movies because, I don't know, I'm kind of a canon boy. I like the canon. I'm not keeping you in the dark. I'm just not showing you stuff that I don't watch.
What's the thing that you and I are supposed to watch together?
The G8 filler arc. We do have to watch that at some point because it's cute. It's fine. It's like as good as a decent One Piece movie. So my thinking. Oh, sorry. I wanted to finish that thought though. But yeah, it's colloquially known as the punch them back to the manga punch because you're punching all of the color away and you're sending them back to the manga version. You hit them so hard, and I think that's great.
Well, I think you're right. I want to move into this for a second because I forgot.
We gotta boogie. We gotta get the main thing you want to talk about in Amazon Lily is Boa.
Yes, but I want to move forward. So I loved Amazon Lily. I love that we're doing an Amazon thing. We could go into the Amazon lore and mythos all day long. I don't know if you know this as a person who is 6'2" and female. Amazon is kind of a thing I paid attention to. But the thing that I wanted to focus on here so that we can have enough time to properly move through Impel Down is Boa. And so I'm just going to move. But also, before we get into that, I want to talk about the hockey. So, yes.
I want to say, loose-ish impact frames were not invented in One Piece Film 6, but very specifically, that art trend of punching someone and it is meant to evoke in an extended frame, like an extended several seconds, evoke manga and be messy and look like pen and paper drawing. Yes, that was actually invented in One Piece Film 6. I've looked into this since. I saw it on YouTube Shorts and I looked around and that is very specifically from One Piece Film 6, and it's been used in a lot of animation since. But a lot of things that feel like they've been around forever had to be invented somewhere. And in the early 2000s, that is where that came from.
Yeah, that is very cool. Okay, I'm back. I had to turn my thing off for a minute because I was doing the thing where I was dying. Okay. So when we were looking at Luffy and she said he's having the fight with the two sisters, they have the... What's the gold star? Mama Drock.
Oh yeah, you get a gold star because we meet Boa. That's a female warlord. You said there'd be one.
Female warlord, right.
Ding. Person
who does the thing. Make a sound like this.
I'm doing this one, so this is me. Hey, future Drock, yeah? Gold star. Sorry, what was that sound, Mama? What was the sound it's gonna do?
Woohoo. I think you know that's Mario.
I wonder if I can get away with doing a Mario woohoo there.
I think you know it is. I'm only an inch shorter than Boa.
You're only an inch shorter than Boa. Do you want to look down on people so much that you look up?
That's an amazing joke. You know what? People need to give credit to Amazon Lily as being one of the funniest frickin' arcs in the history of
It's up there with Thriller Bark and Syrup Village for just the density of humor.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Every page is another pure piece of joy. And he needed to do that because he was about to take us into hell, literally. And so he had to say to himself, this has been very, very sad. I think that I'm going to be a good kid. Oh, God. Thank you, Sushi. You've already given a bunch of things.
You're incredible.
And this one is for Straw. I forgot to press it because I started coughing out my lungs instead. You don't know because I was a good kid and turned off the mic. So the humor in this one is just top tier. I keep looking at it and being like, God damn, that's amazing. But when he was having the fight with the sisters, I was like just loving it because when he released his haki and he silenced the whole crowd and knocked them out the way that the knight did when they were in the slave trade, it was immediately people were like, that haki just now was that of the Supreme King. So then I was like, is there a prophecy around the Supreme King and haki? Is this a thing that's going on within this world that there, for some people, they have a prophecy of there being a person with such high haki. And then it said, that's the haki of the chosen one. And I was like, there's definitely got to be some sort of...
However, they then go on to say, just like Boa.
I know they do say that, but I think that there is a chosen one legend mixed with the ability and the opportunity and the people who will help, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's some sort of chosen one thing going on with Luffy. Because I'm re-looking at the way of what a god looks like for Luffy. Because I've discovered in Impel Down, like you and I were talking about, I've definitely discovered that he does things in weird ways. Like,
we need to save that for Impel Down.
Remind me to get into that?
Yeah, we need to save that for Impel Down, but I'm so excited to talk about that because I think Impel Down shifts how you look at allegory in One Piece in such a cool way.
Yeah. It also said that man was born in, that man is a natural born king. And so I'm wondering whether Luffy's sun god powers are going to come from his haki.
Ooh,
and
interesting.
Whether tapping into his haki, give Belly a treat. Tapping into his haki, learning how to use his haki, being trained in his haki. I mean, you know what would make me really happy is if we ever had a goddamn montage. I love me a montage, and I can't believe somebody born in my generation who's only 2 years younger than me doesn't love himself a montage.
Are you gonna do a prediction of a hockey montage?
I am. That somebody is going to, there's going to be a whole train Luffy in to really, really tap into his haki, and it's going to be a.
Here's a fun one. Do you think his hockey mentor is going to be? Oh wait! I just dropped all the drop tweets. This is an emergency. No, Belle, those aren't for you right now. Okay, they didn't spill.
Run.
Ugh, they didn't spill. It's okay. So that's a prediction that there will be a montage. Bing. Do you want to predict if we're going to get a new character to be his mentor, or if it'll be someone we know? And if it's someone we know, who will it be?
So if it's someone we know, I don't think it'll be Boa because, I mean, thank you so much, Kat. Because she's so much in love with Luffy, I would really like it to not be Boa.
Exactly. The in love thing makes it feel like not a mentor-mentee relationship.
It's just awkward. When somebody is in love with you, they just don't have the same, yeah, you know what I mean? If it's somebody that we know, I think it would be a Rayleigh.
Okay. I could see
maybe. That. But you want to know who I hope it is?
Who?
Red-haired Shanks.
Red-haired Shanks is an interesting one because I see that, but also he said, "Meet me when you're a great pirate." Do you think Luffy's ready for that?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So it could also be my main man.
Mihawk?
Yeah. Because
I think it's very funny that both of us have a character that if I say my main man, people will know who we're talking about.
Yes.
And for neither of us, it's our favorite character because both of our favorite character is Luffy.
Yeah, that's true. But Rayleigh could be a great trainer of the haki, and I'm hoping we're going to get a montage. I'm predicting that we are. And then, so would Mihawk. He would be an amazing trainer. You know who wouldn't?
Who?
That shithead Blackbeard.
You don't think Teach is gonna sit down and be like, all right, Straw Hat, sit down. I got to teach you some things about hockey. Let's get the basic principles out of the way.
My name is Teach, and I'm here to say we're gonna learn some hockey today.
Remember when I was
step in the black hole.
Remember when I was gonna kill you to become a warlord for reasons we find out next arc? Ooh, we're gonna get there soon. Well, actually, now I want to teach you. I want to teach you how to do this thing called hockey.
No, thank you.
No, I'm gonna agree. Look, I can love him all I want. It doesn't have mentor energy.
So now I think we're gonna have a person who's going to be teaching Luffy how to tap into his haki, and then it's going to be a cool montage. If it's somebody that we know, it's going to be one of those people, in my opinion.
Nice.
I don't think it's going to be Kuma, because Kuma said we're not going to see you again. He's a liar. We're obviously going to see him in the future, because the way that people were talking inside of the chat before made me know that Kuma comes back later on and will probably be interacting with my with my boys and my straw hats.
Your boys and your straw hats. Was that just you remembering
Yeah.
that there were girls in the straw hats and not knowing how to land the sentence?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we've got, because I also know we're going to get another girl on the crew.
You have certainty
Like,
about this.
yeah.
All right.
That's not a prediction. That's me future sighting.
I do like that you're honest about when your predictions come from chat spoiling you about stuff. I think it makes everything else have a lot more validity that you'll be like, yeah, I know this because you bastards told me.
No, and they tell you by accident because sometimes they say a couple of things but it's me.
Yeah,
And
no,
so I
you
look
can
at
pull
it
a
and
clue out of a haystack.
I get so little information that if anything comes up, I'm like, thank you.
Yeah.
Anytime you put anything here, even if it goes in and then if somebody deletes it, that's my favorite.
Yeah.
If I
the big
saw
thing
something
is,
and then it gets deleted,
I think Kaito has gotten much better over time at judging and knowing this is the type of thing that if I don't delete it, Mama won't notice, and if I do, she will. Like, I think that's the thing Kaito's gotten better at.
Oh, because if we delete something because somebody spoils it in chat, I eat that up. I put that inside of my book. I perseverate over it. It becomes my main focus. Okay.
No, Kaito, you've gotten really, really good at your judgment of when a delete is helpful and when it's harmful.
Kaito, you've been killing it.
Yeah.
Don't think for a second we haven't noticed. Yeah. Okay. So that was the thing that I got from that. Then the other thing that I got from there is that haki can be placed on objects, which wasn't something that I had been privy to yet.
Yeah.
And so the people on Amazon Lily wrapped their arrow points and other things in haki. And so they treated it, and I started to ask all these questions like, holy shit, okay, if it can be placed on an object, how long can it be left on an object? How far away from the person who originally put it on can it stay on it? Is it permanent or does it dissolve in some way after some time?
These are very good questions because we know it's not only when they're touching it because the Kuja do it with arrows, which is why their arrows fucking explode on contact.
So the haki leaves their body at high velocity in long distances. Yeah. So you start to wonder, like, how far can it go and what kind of different things can you put on things? So what kind of haki are they putting on the arrowheads? Is it just directionality and aiming? Is it some sort of almost like
because you for the first time know that there's types because you know that the haki that Shanks did and the haki that Luffy did is a type. So now that you know there's types, you have to wonder what is the type that make arrow explode?
What are the other types of types? Yeah. Thank you so much, A level. And so because of that, now I'm like, okay, now how long do we get to keep haki on things and what is that going to do? And the colors of haki. I had that question too because it reminded me of Little Miss What's-Her-Face. What number was she, the color chick?
Oh boy, she was Miss Golden Week.
Thank you.
Partner to
so
Mr.
Miss Golden Week, we know that Miss Golden Week used haki because Oda said in one of his SBSs that it wasn't a devil fruit. And so that's a type of haki that she's using in her coloring. All right. And then Oda tried to gaslight some people about that in one of the SBSs. So now I have a million questions about haki and in which ways we can use it because I start to think about the way you could lay out traps, nets, line a boat with it and all sorts of stuff. Like I think that we're going to see Luffy moving towards the end, being able to manipulate haki in an incredible way. And I also wonder now, how will haki be used with the magic circles? Okay. Do we need to pour the energy of haki into them? Because it's obviously not devil fruit. That doesn't make any sense.
You definitely got an observation recently from chat where you saw someone point out that, oh my god, she noticed the magic circles this early. So you've come to the conclusion they're not being used for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of people were like, oh, mama noticed the magic circles already. And so I was like, okay, so the next time we see them and they're actually getting used is going to be quite a distance in the future. So Luffy will be amazingly trained by then. So then I wonder to myself, okay, how do you open up and use the magic circles? Do those people know the power of the magic circles and how to use them? Or is this a thing that Luffy is going to be able to access for the first time? I don't know. I'm thinking right now.
All you know is
But
magic circles were hanging out with the Gorosei.
I know that for a fact because inside of on my desk, I have one of those. I'm a person with a important calendar, but instead of important calendar, I have lots of printed off pages of One Piece, and that's one of them.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Then the next thing that I noticed about this arc was that Hancock has one of the actually saddest backstories in this entire freaking thing so far, and that is saying something.
Yeah, in a series where, as a commenter said, Mama Drunk reached her first genocide, is a statement you can make. Boa's backstory is uniquely horrifying to the point that Oda didn't show it to us.
So this is what I told you. People don't talk about it much, and like when we
Remember,
talk,
there's
Oda,
words we can't use.
Yes, and when I was reading it, I was saying like, "Holy crap! This is such a bad backstory that Oda just hints around it." And so you're talking about she was taken at 12, so that would make her little sisters probably like 9 and 7 or 10 and 8 or something.
Yeah.
Little baby
11
kids.
if you're fucking lucky.
If you're lucky. These are babies, and they were taken to a place and clearly used for sex. She was clearly used for sex.
It feels like any other implication doesn't line up with how it's written.
You can see the way he does it. He doesn't say it, but he makes it so you know.
Yeah.
And she was obviously also beaten. They gave her the love fruit as like a laugh in her face, where they used her beauty against her, and her beauty had been taken and turned as a weapon against her. You are so beautiful that it's going to cost you your sanity, trauma, your peace of mind, your body, your well-being. And it absolutely, her beauty was turned into a weapon against her. So everyone can suck it. I don't care that she kicks kittens, and I don't care that she kicks all the things, and that she turned around in the end and used her beauty as a weapon facing outwards. It's perfect. It is absolutely masterful that somebody who was beaten, tortured, essayed, had to watch her sisters go through that, had her own looks turned against her, would then use her her looks as a weapon. And I know how it mirrors Medusa. Absolutely, it's total Greek mythology, and absolutely, it's a whole kingdom of states. Are you saying
in this section of these two arcs we're reading that Oda would reference mythology? That feels crazy.
It does feel crazy. I like that he chose, Chinese temples, et cetera, in the back, and he talks about why did I do it? I liked it. But for me, it also felt like, and this is stretching it, and let me tell you, I stretch things, but there's a whole area in Japan that we don't ever talk about, and when you study Japanese history in university, you go over it quite deeply and talk about comfort women.
Oh my, yeah. Are you thinking that this... It makes sense, because when Oda's questioned why this is Chinese influenced, this victim... He just says, I felt like it, which is what you have to do in Japan. You aren't allowed to acknowledge it directly.
Exactly, because you're not allowed to acknowledge comfort women. If you are in university, you can talk about it if you're university in Canada, but you can't talk about it when you're over there. So the way that comfort women were used is one of the greatest war crimes ever seen. And so when you take an entire society that is just women and you put them in a Chinese background, and the comfort women were Chinese women who were captured and abused, it feels like an apology and giving agency, where you're saying, we're going to give these women strength, we're going to make them strong, we're going to talk about their horrible past where they were clearly essayed in ways we can't even talk about, and Korean women, yes, thank you. And so to do it in this backdrop with China, clearly, yes, exactly. ACOTH. I couldn't say it. I was going to use those words, but we're not allowed.
Yes, that
clearly,
is a word we can't
for me, this felt like a connection between kind of a comfort woman glow up, where he was trying to say it without saying it. Does that make sense?
I don't think you're wrong. I also, someone pointed out that in Greek mythology, Medusa was a victim of SA, and
Yes.
her beauty being so great that it caused adultery is why she was cursed in vengeance. And
Yeah.
having that be the inspiration for this makes so much sense, but at the end of it, she gets to have agency and it be important and find strength in it, and instead of just being cursed to be hideous, she maintains her beauty and it maintains a weapon. And the reason I am okay with her kicking puppies is because, like you said, she turns her beauty into a weapon, but for me, it goes a step further in that her beauty was used to take her as a reason to take her agency away, as a reason to make her an object. So now she uses it as a reason that she gets more agency than anyone else. Why am I allowed to be terrible and still be loved? Because I'm beautiful. I am allowed to do anything. I can do anything. And she doesn't kick puppies because she likes kicking puppies. She likes kicking puppies because she likes being able to get away with anything.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that she just says, I will never be taken prisoner again. I will never have my beauty used against me again. And so when people are like, she's so vain, I'm like, she's not vain. She was a person who had her own looks turned into a weapon against her. So if she wants to use her beauty against other people, so be it. Go ahead. But when you listen to this part, then one night, no, right here, horrible things happened after you were slaves. When I was 12, my sisters and I were abducted from the ship at Kusha Pirates and sold into servitude. Horrible things happened. And then they showed the background. They showed knives. They showed chains around their naked body. You can tell that they're naked. Things I prefer not to remember. And then her sister is grabbing her head and going, ah, like she couldn't. The first man I ever saw instilled undying fear in me. It was all so terrible. I knew nothing but despair. Come the hell on. We know it's so bad, Oda can't even write it. So she exactly uses all of it now and has complete agency. Get the hell out of my way. I will get what I want. I will do what I need to do. And my beauty is my greatest asset and my best weapon. And
whoops.
And I'm here for it. And so when she kicks the puppies and the kittens and the baby seals and stuff, I just see this as an extension of her fear and control, that she needs to have absolute control over anything. And she will always need to be the cutest, most vulnerable, great looking thing in the room.
Now, that brings us to something I find very important to her character. Oh, wait. Okay, fair enough.
She is... Oh, do you want to talk about the love first?
That's what I wanted to talk about first. Was I think something very important about her character is the reason she falls in love with Luffy, because I feel like it's so often written off as something that I think is kind of an annoying trope, which is, she falls in love with Luffy because he's immune to her beauty, but it's so much more than that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Like, are you there?
I'm there.
Okay. So first of all, the first reason, in my opinion, when I was reading it, I was like, yeah, she should fall in love with Luffy. Luffy's amazing. But B, she watched how strong he was, how much power he had, how he was able to defeat her sisters, and then covered their back for them because it was so important to them. So even though he was just fighting them, he covered their back and hid them. And then when he said, can you change these statues back? And she was like, yeah, but you'll have to choose. You're either going to get on a boat and be able to get out of here and continue on with your dreams, or you can change these people back. And he was like, oh, without a question, change them back. And so for her, she actually got to witness his absolute unselfishness, which she wouldn't have got to see because people would do things for her all the time because she was beautiful. But she already saw that Luffy didn't give a shit about her beauty. And that's really, really important, I think, because Luffy was like, meh, so what? You're pretty. And none of that. Yeah, Luffy showed his radiance. That's right. And so she found out that her beauty did not affect him in the same way. She saw how strong he was. She saw that he used his humanity to cover up the back of her sister and then immediately gave away his own hopes and dreams for people who had helped him out. And she was like, oh my God, of course she would fall in love with him. Can you imagine the way you look is your currency, your weapon, your defeater, it's everything. And then somebody comes along, is immune to it, doesn't act kindly to you for the first time ever just because you're hot and they're hoping to get you out of it, acts kindly to other people because they put others in front of themselves. Yeah, what's not to love? That must have been the first time she could ever be sure that she was seeing a real act of humanity.
I just want to make
kindness.
one addendum that I think is important, which is it's not just that he was like, "Oh, save them," if that's the choice. He's excited about it. He's like, "That's all? I can save them, and I just have to give up the boat." That's amazing.
Yes. He was so happy. My God, that must have made her feel so good. Can you even imagine that? Oh, I was happy for her. Anyway, because of this arc and meeting her and how she and her sisters went all through this and then she became the person that she is, she's one of my very favorite characters now. You know, when you have like you've got Blackbeard and everyone seems to have like
everyone has one or two weirder characters that they just love.
Yeah. She's mine. I love her. I think she's amazing. And everyone thought I was going to hate her because of the puppy thing.
People thought you'd either hate or love her.
Yeah, and I just freaking love her. I think that she is so freaking amazing and that people don't give credit to what a truly atrocious history she has. So bad, the author refused to write any more about it and only hinted. But so bad that the author used it as a metaphor for comfort women and apology to China and gave them an entire nation built of women with strength and power and the ability to have their own agency.
I also want to briefly
talk about that's how I feel about this.
That when you were first reading Boa, you disliked her a lot and were like, why does the one female warlords thing have to be being beautiful? Why does her thing have to be excusing her actions through beauty? And the next time we called, you loved Boa. So I want to talk about that transformation a bit.
Yeah, it was when I was reading her backstory and seeing how atrocious it was, and then watching her find her humanity through Luffy and allow herself to have that vulnerability that existed within inside her and show it, that I was just like, God damn, this is a person who has never just been able to know whether she's just liked for who she is. She has never stood before someone and just been a person. She's always just been a possession that people want to have. Even the people in her own kingdom, she uses her beauty and they all fall for it except for the grandmother who used to be an empress, and but the grandmother was like, oh my God, she's just like a puppy and blah blah blah. And I was like, so everybody sees her for her beauty, and then Luffy comes along and sees who she is, and seeing the way that Oda narrated her to suddenly be able to have open her heart and tell Luffy about her past because of that, I just fell in love with her.
I fully agree. I love Boa as a character. I love how she's introduced. I think she just comes across so powerful in every way, and her falling for Luffy, I get why some people don't like it because of the trope that it represents to a lot of people, but like, it really isn't the big reason why she falls for Luffy. Yes, if he'd fallen for her beauty, she wouldn't have, but that was one criteria, and who he is as a person is really why it happens.
Yeah, exactly. And then when she falls in love too, the idea of love being so hard on her that it could have killed her, just like it could have many of the people before. I thought that was a really cool idea, that she had to do this for Luffy because she had no choice. Making Luffy happy is the thing that brought her away from the edge of death. And I thought that was kind of cool.
I like it. What else? Look, I'm going to be honest. We got about a half an hour that we need to fill so that I can finish this real quick. What else do we need to talk about? Because it is mostly Boa. Like, Boa is why Amazon Lily is fun. Like, Boa is the big thing.
No, there's also like, okay, so we go into Impel Down and we see the grandpa who, you know, he makes me mad. Garp makes me mad all the time. I saw the place were later on in Impel Down the reason why you would like Impel or Garp so much because of the thing that he does.
That is the first thing that made me like Garp so much. Garp is a character who has steadily raised in the ranks for me over time. Blackbeard is a character I liked immediately. The second I met the man, I was like, this guy is a top tier character. Garp has been a slow rise, but you did get to the point where I was first like, all right, I see you, man.
Oh yeah, because I did not like him in any of the other things, but when he did that, I was like, okay, but we'll talk about that later.
But yeah, let's talk about what we see of him here.
He comes to Ace and he's like, are you still alive? And Ace looks up and goes, old man. And you're like, oh, baby. And I had been wondering how Garp was going to handle Ace being in prison. And so it was fascinating that he was just like, yeah, no, we're actually going to play that out and you're going to get to see it. Ugh, but we're not there now. And then we go to the certain island with the paw print and we find out that where is our navigator? They are on an island where they're actually going to get to find out about things like the tricky tide wind knots and all these other things. So this is what I'm saying, that Kuma sent each one of them to a place where it is specifically tied to who they are, their strengths and weaknesses both.
Mm-hmm.
And I freaking love that because it, more than anything else to me, it proved future Kuma, right? Because if Kuma of the future wants them to have the ability to win and to see the weaknesses, the faults and the strengths and to build themselves, then this is what he's gonna do, exactly what he's done here. You get these wind knots that blow frickin' Nami half away and find out she's in the sky. I like that she's in the sky too, because that's gonna make it easier for her to get back eventually, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think it's neat that she's on one of the small sky islands because there's a bunch of them, and this is one that's not like Anaru came from one that was very populated and big, Burka, and then went to another one that was populated and big, and Nami's just on like a little one, just a little one.
It's tiny but perfect, and so that's what I was saying. Like the fact that it's so tiny and it's such a little island that she was sent to, and then it has such specific things that are important to her, just shows you how much Kuma is actually on their side and is a good guy. And then Frankie going to a place where, and of course refusing to wear a coat, which I really, really enjoy for Frankie, that he's like, no, we're going to do this dance and we're going to hang out and I'm going to continue to be in my Speedos. Nobody does Speedos like Frankie. But Frankie being on a place that's for cyborgs, like, come on. I predict, because if not, how ridiculously stupid, that Frankie is going to find ways to modify himself even stronger and more impressively when he's here, but he's also going to find out pet the boy.
Oh, he gets pets.
He's also going to find out about Dr. Vegapunk, and he's going to find out some sort of secret that's going to help them out.
All right. So he'll discover a secret and upgrade himself. Let's make those separate predictions.
Yeah.
Kaido, by the way, you recording predictions, we haven't thanked Kaido enough lately. We've been taking Kaido for granted. You recording predictions makes things so much easier for us in the edit. It's been incredible.
You can't even imagine it.
Like, it is such a huge, huge help.
Oh, is that an Impel Down? Yeah, it's an Impel Down. Never mind.
Yeah, we gotta hold off.
Yeah. Peachy Island?
Come here. Cha-cha-cha-cha.
I'm really looking forward to finding out about Peachy Island, because right now, it's weird.
Yeah.
Animal girls everywhere. Yeah, we don't know enough about it. It feels weird.
I'm sorry, which island is this?
Peachy, the one that has like all girls, but they're animals and stuff. Like, it just doesn't feel... I feel like something else could have been there so far. I'm hoping it does more eventually. Thank you so much, Kat.
Everybody's confused. I don't think we remember... Is that where Sanji is?
It's called the Grand Line, Peachy Island, the Island of Dreams. This is the famous second island of women. All the plants and animals here are pink.
Yep.
And people on this island all have the hearts of maidens.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Weird.
Yeah. Kamabaka.
Oh, that's not what it's called here on this page.
Translations get weird sometimes.
Yeah, because for me, it's just called Peachy Island, the Island of Dreams. Actually, it has 2 names now that I think about it. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing. I hope it does more.
I'll say
I haven't really looked at
the
it.
one Sanji and Zoro go to aren't going to make sense for you until you see them at, before the end of the first half.
Oh. Okay.
They will make sense. All of the
because
islands will make sense. They're not going to make sense at first.
there's definitely women there because Sanji is running from them and saying he's in hell. And I gotta tell you, Sanji running away from women makes me so happy.
And I'm sure you'll feel that way after you have reveals happen too.
Oh.
He said in that tone of voice.
Such a Jin. Your foreshadowing voice is so like, meh.
I mean, that one was specifically sarcastic foreshadowing.
I know. A Jin.
Okay, so originally I was just going to draw these, but silhouettes with a little bit of details are actually way more awful. So this is great. I'm glad I did it this way.
Oh, it's almost like they're both her past and her present now.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's awful. It sucks. Anyways, where were we?
Sorry. Okay. The island that Usopp is on?
Oh, people want to know your thoughts about Fisher Tiger.
Where did I meet Fisher Tiger?
You were told about him, the captain of the Sun Pirates, who were the Fishman pirates that saved Boa.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out. Is he still the captain of the Sun Pirates?
The captain of the Sun Pirates now is Jinbei.
Oh, so it just is Jinbei's. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I was wondering where the dude went. The fact that Fisher Tiger is so much like Jinbei, are they related?
Who's to say?
Okay.
If they are at this point, we don't know.
Then they probably are. Yeah, that makes sense if they were related, because I could see old Jim having that kind of a dad who would bust people out of a prison. Oh, let me also say that I don't want to forget how important it is that Hancock is able to take Luffy to Impel down and to help get to be one of the people who is, thank you everyone, the tattoo, yeah. And to get to be one of the people who is releasing all the prisoners, because that would be like a real, and once she found out that old Jim was there, that would be a real big deal for her to get to be the person who helped to release the people from Impel down, because it would make her feel like she had come full circle and paid back old Jim. That's Jinbei.
Yeah, old Jim is Jinbei. It's important to note. You might be hearing old Jim over and over again and being like, who the fuck is Jim? Mama has decided to call Jinbei old Jim. Can I tell you why?
He reminds me?
No.
Go ahead. Yeah, he reminds me of my grandpa Jim. So I call him old Jim.
What? No, she doesn't have 6 fingers. What are you talking about? That's normal. That's normal.
So her getting to release old Jim from prison, or being part of the thing that helps the prisoners escape, would be this so full circle moment for Hancock, because she was released from Fisher Tiger, and Fisher Tiger was, even though she was a human, was the person who gave her back her life. And so for her to then get to turn around and give it back to old Jim and be a part of the side of breaking him out of prison, to her would have felt like paying off a debt, which would have probably would feel like she had come the whole way around and now had enough agency that she was able to do the same thing that somebody did for her. That would be amazing. So I think that's a really, really cool meet cute type thing that he's put in there. I love that for them.
Yeah, she gets to have a way to give thanks and pay it forward by giving freedom to the person that inherited the crew.
Yeah, and inherited because
so the
it's his
fandom
dad.
says Jinbei, but Jim Bay is what they say in the viz. That's interesting.
Yeah, Jinbei.
Yeah, okay, so old Jim does make sense.
That's why I call him Old Jim.
Good old Jim.
What is it in the other thing?
I love, no, it's all good. I just love when we come to a character that you get your own Luffy-like name for. Like, now we have Crocodile Face and Old Jim, two of the warlords. The Warlords of the Sea, Sir Crocodile Face and Old Jim.
Okay, well, for me, it's Jinbei, so that's why I call him, oh, it's Jin. Well, no, for me, it's Old Jim. I don't know what to tell you. And I'm sticking with it. I really liked when we saw the tattoo on her back, and then she explained to Luffy that the reason that he's seeing all of the sun tattoos on the different crew members that are like our octopus friend and others was because they took the frickin' hoof print of the dragons, which makes you think that at one point or another, these piece o' the crap dragons. Oh my God, is there going to be an ultimate dragon? Is dragon not the ultimate dragon? Are these pieces of crap going to have a dragon at the top who's an actual dragon and still has a footprint? Oh, please, no. Oh my God, that would suck so bad.
All right.
Yeah, tattoo brand. So, explains that this thing was repurposed and turned into a sun. And when I found out that it was turned into a sun and that's what they had on there, I started to think about all the different places inside of the manga where we see sun symbolism. And so we created a page of it.
Mm-hmm. If you want to contribute to this, by the way, this is on the Discord.
Yeah, and I'm not done with it yet. So feel free to join our Discord. And if you can think of anywhere in the manga where we see sun images, stick them on in there. Because when we see all the different sun imagery, it started to make me wonder if all the... Yeah. What? Are you petting the boy or something?
I petted the boy. I was supposed to. It was important.
Celestial Imperial Authority, after all. Yes, Discord is awesome. But you don't spoil in the Discord because there's a room for people to talk about stuff that I don't know about. One day, I'm going to know all the things and I'm going to be invited into that room. Aww. And then the room will be useful still because if other people watch our pieces later on, they can go into the regular room. Anyway, I don't know how to talk about this.
Okay.
Yeah, so I start to wonder if the people with the D are the descendants of the missing nations of the 100 Years. So if you have a D in your name, Monkey D, Luffy, blah 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 D. Yeah, I see you. That's why I don't know how to talk about it, but I just gave up.
You gotta say it.
You just gotta say it. If those people are descendants of nations from the missing 100 Years who were taken over from the Void Century. So one of the things that I was wondering about is the sun symbols that we see everywhere. And I started to wonder if the sun symbols were part of sun god or part of the looking at the gods of the past for the missing 100 years were all sun things. So we started to notice that there was sun symbology everywhere, not just in this hoof print that's turned into the sun, but we started to see it everywhere in all these things. And as we started to pull it out and have it in Discord, there is so many places that a sun symbol is used in prominent places. And the dragons don't use it. If you look at, it reminded me of when I went to the Vatican And the Vatican is covered in, ironically, sun symbolism that was borrowed from other people's, Mama D Rock, thank you, Mama D Rock, that was borrowed from other people's worshipping of Ra and other different deities. And rather than get rid of them entirely, because sometimes they were like bronze imprints or statues or whatever else they were, they just don't highlight them or mention them. They just become a part of the overall thing. And it reminded me of what's going on in here. So I wondered if sun symbolism is something that is left over from the Void Century, and if Luffy becoming the sun god, which he will, I don't know how that's going to look now. I think it's going to look weird now that I've seen some of the other things that he's done.
So excited to talk about Impel Down. We're like 20 minutes away from Impel Down. It's going to be great.
Yeah. But if Luffy is being the sun god is a throwback from these people, or from the people, because I think the Void Century had people who clearly fought against the stupid, ugly, dragon-faced jerkheads who put their stupid hoof print into the back of all of their slave as a way of branding them. And so I think that those people who are missing, it's why we have all these people who are the D. They're deeply connected Ds to the people who are missing from the Void Century, and that their symbolism is still seen throughout the land of One Piece in all these different ways, that we don't talk about it as much or pay attention to it as much, but the sun is symbolized everywhere, and it's a way that eventually we're going to use that sun symbol, and Luffy is going to be at the center of that as a way of pulling people back into the future and fighting against the powers of the dragons who are in right now, who can eat dirt upside down so it falls up their nose. And so the fishmen choosing the sun symbol to free themselves from slavery and using it as a symbol of freedom started to make me think like, oh, I also wondered then, is Haki a leftover trait of the missing 100 years? Is it part of this thing that's within the culture because people used to be more connected to their powers and their magic or their strengths in this way? And is it possible then that Haki couldn't quite go away, but it's part of the thing that was missing from the 100 or the thing that came from the 100 missing years?
All right.
Yeah.
Can I say?
And so that's what I got.
Sorry, you go, and then I'm going to ask.
Yeah, so that's what I got from Amazon Lily, because I started to say like, okay, I'm seeing all these different symbolisms and pieces being used, and Haki is so much stronger in the area that they're in, which is the calm zone, right?
Yeah, Amazon Lily is in the calm belt.
Yeah, and so I'm like, why is Haki just a matter of being here? Like, we don't even, it's just that everyone uses it, and it's something that everybody can do in this area. So I started to wonder whether or not, because people don't come to the calm belt in the same way. Yeah, the calm belt is going to come back and play importantly.
Okay.
In the story, and I haven't figured out how. I've just started to notice that like they keep things here that they don't want to change locations. It's guarded, in my opinion, by these huge beasts. Like they talk about it as being a nursery, but it also feels like it is guarded by the Neptunes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
okay.
so I'm starting to wonder like how is the calm belt going to come back into play? What is being held here? Then. If you believe in the sun god, you also believe in the moon god. Yeah, so people ask this. So interestingly, I read 4 pages into the arc after this. Turn the page.
After Impel Down.
Boom. After Impel Down. Yeah, sorry. Turn the page. Boom. Right there from up above, the entire fort, what's it called? Where he's being kept?
What? Marine Ford.
Where is, pardon me?
Marine Ford.
Marine Ford is the shape of a moon. It's the shape of a crescent moon. And so now I think the battle is between light and dark. The sun gods, all the different pieces in it that are all light, and then dark. And you've got Marineford being the shape of the moon, the night, the taking over of darkness, and then Teach with his ability to have a black hole as his fruit, and Luffy, who I think is going to be able to use his haki as being the sun god, not his devil fruit. So Teach can blow chunks. Eventually, when Luffy gets up to that level, his haki is going to be able to be the thing that creates it. So Teach can steal his devil fruit powers all day long. But the thing that Luffy is going to use to defeat him is going to be his actual haki abilities, which will be the sun. And so I think that they are just a representation of the larger picture that's going on with this missing 100 years, and there being a whole group of people who are lightness, brightness, sun, and then the badass, stupid jerk faces who are darkness, the moon, etc.
Now,
and so I'm really looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
Now, something I added on to you talking about this, where you were talking about the D clan representing the sun, and Teach is obviously darkness. I brought up that doesn't make sense, and then I went, that makes so much sense, because there's a difference between the darkness of night, the absence of the sun, and the darkness of a black hole, the death of a sun. Teach is part of the D clan because he represents the end of it. He represents what comes next for it, the future darkness that is the end of the story, not the oppression. He is the complete undoing, and that's why his power is a black hole, because the darkness he embodies is something different and something that comes from the death of a star, not its being hidden.
Yes. Yeah, I said that, Celia, in the last arc, when we were talking about Ace and them, I said that eventually when Luffy comes into his full power, because Teach has to suck in the energy from that, he's going to have to suck in the death-killing sun.
He got the
bite on that.
But we have time to get more into Teach in a few minutes when we move on.
Also, you and I started then singing Black Hole Sun, which was good.
Yeah.
And him being the death of an old sun descended from people made me think like, oh, so Teach, who has the will of D and is a missing person, is also the ancestor or reincarnation of something else. And it started to make me wonder, like, I don't know who Teach comes from and what he is supposed to represent yet. I don't know where to put that piece of crap. But I know that maybe he is representation as somebody who might have caused these big problems in the past and helped to have been one of the reasons that there was separation, and that the people who lost to the original dragons have been hidden from history.
Hey,
and so now I'm wondering.
I've got a place you can put Teach.
Is it a blender?
It's a throne, baby! Make him the king!
Oh my god. No. So I think Teach has a lot more going on. What? Drock, did you remember to track which chapter Mama reads this week and up to where she'll read next time?
You know what? What a great question. I'm certainly not Googling Marineford arc right now, so that we have that ready and loaded for the future.
All right. Into the shredder with Teach. Put him in the shredder.
To the
put
Pirate
him in the
King
shredder.
throne.
Right into the shredder. Yeah. So who is a god that we know of right now?
Eneru.
That's the only one that we think is Eneru, right? Is just that would be our only quote unquote god?
I'd say so at the moment.
Pet the boy.
The boy, you get so many pets
So
today.
if it's just him. So that's one of the reasons, people, if you take a look at your son is so annoying when he simps for Blackbeard.
Hey, nowhere, girl. Hey, we're like 4 episodes away from the Blackbeard episode when all of y'all are gonna be eating your words. Y'all don't understand this, man.
Do I have to be here for the Blackbeard
episode? Of course you do.
Do I have to be on the actual thing?
Yeah.
I have to be in the room?
You're part of the y'all I'm referring to when I say y'all gonna eat your words.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, the Celestials call themselves gods. They call themselves the gods of the world.
Well, yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking of, and I don't know if the Celestials are actually gods. We talked about
Gandalf, god.
What?
Gonfall.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So they are self-proclaimed as gods, and I don't know if there is like an tippy top celestial dragon who's an actual dragon, or nah. I'm gonna think about that later.
I think it is a thing you said when we were on a call that you think there is one who is higher up than the Gorosei.
I feel like there's a dragon who is like the pinnacle of the stupid dumb dragons.
Yeah.
Because when we have the 5 celestials who are supposedly part of the dragons, right? And they are controlling the government like a black force of bullshit.
The black force of bullshit.
And then I think that there's going to be a higher level that we just haven't seen yet. That there is somebody who is like the ultimate. And that the 5 celestials are like penultimates.
Well, so people are saying they call themselves the gods when there's nothing to legitimize it. And I'm saying, no, there is a lot to legitimize it. They rule the world without question. Everything they say happens. They are completely immune to consequence. They are allowed complete sovereignty. They do as they wish. The world bows to them. They are effectively gods. They are given that power. Like, they aren't like a king where if they do a bad job, revolutions can happen, which the revolutionaries have been dealing with. They are, up to this point, completely exempt from the rules of humanity. The Celestial Dragons are effectively gods. But they are not immune to Luffy, which I always read at this point as our main character being the man who fights gods, and Mama Drock reads as a sign that Luffy is a god because he steps to their domain.
Yep.
But it's the same way Eneru's a god by the way he was treated and the way that he was acknowledged. He said he was a god and people bowed to him and prayed and let him be exempt from the rules of humanity.
Do you remember what page the stuff with or does anyone here know what chapter it is where Eneru is looking at the hieroglyphics?
I think you're at your best to just go in the Discord for that one.
The hieroglyphic page. Here we go, hieroglyphic page. Whoop. Hey, I'm going to bring this up. Okay, I'm going to bring this up. Only got $50 in my pocket. Inflation.
Look, guys, I'm telling y'all, Teach sucks. He's a bad guy. I know that. But people treat him like a villain who's not worthy of respect. That's what the Blackbeard video is going to change. People disrespect the man. You can dislike him, but you should respect him. He's a bastard, absolute bastard, man.
Let's talk about something more important now.
470, they're saying. Yeah, what are we talking about?
So when you go into the Eneru cover pages, which were what? People saying 470? Nah.
People are saying 470.
All right.
With the hieroglyphics.
Studying the wall paintings of the ancient moon people have wings. So when you study those, the ancient moon people have 3 different types of wings, which represent the 3 types of people down on Earth that we know about with wings. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. It's all sensical. And then when you look at the pictures, all of them are suns, sun, sun. There's sun symbology used absolutely everywhere, including each one of the different people with the 3 different wing types and 3 different hairstyles. In one of the panels has a sun per person, which is odd as heck and makes you wonder if there's something else going on with that.
My thought was those were balloons and it's how they got to the planet.
Yeah, and then we talked about that. Are they balloons? And this is how they get up and down, blah, blah, blah. The moon city was also named Burka. Lacking in natural resources, they flew to the blue planet. And then it also has, right in the symbology, a compass rose and this keeps happening when I'm looking at the compass rose. I'm looking at it as multiple. Yeah, I know the names of all the different races. We talked about it. I'm looking at them as, I still believe that Red Hair Shanks and Whitebeard, and who was the other person we have been named already?
Kaido.
Kaido. We haven't met the fourth person, right?
No, we do. You currently do not know who the fourth emperor is.
Okay, that's what I thought. So in the emperors, we know Kaido, we know red-haired Shanks, and we know Whitebeard. We don't know the other person. And then in between those, there seems to be 1, 2, 3, 4 more. So they only count like one lesser emperor type thing per one. So I'm wondering if that's the same thing. So I'm starting to see this as important in that way. And then they have the big giant sun symbol and snakes, which is interesting because we looked at Nola as being a relative of they kept calling Nola a god. And I'm wondering in which way and how. Anyway, I haven't spent enough time with this now, but when I was looking at this, and it's on the moon, which is freaking fascinating, that because I think the moon is like the evil ass place, and to have because I think it's a light and darkness thing. Mama's gonna hate the fourth emperor. Dude, don't say that.
Oh, don't. Also, that's one of my favorite characters you're talking about. Unironically, people hate unironically.
Interesting. I'm going to spend some more time with these two pictures, but having them be on the moon is tremendous. Having them have these pieces there and finding out, because it seems like that information was skied by people who were trying to get rid of it, but it wasn't deleted. So it's important in some way. And clearly these 3 different races got together and made these. Clearly these 3 different races got together to make these robots.
The robots.
And do we know if the robots are pure robot?
We don't know if the robots are cyborgs, I believe, but the weird part is almost identical robots were made on the island Vegapunks from and sent to the moon, and we don't know.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Because I'm just looking at them and I'm like, those are the same as the Vegapunk where Frankie is right now,
Yeah.
and the ones who were with what's his face when he choked on a dumpling when he saw the
moon explode.
Thing blowing up on the moon. The explosion on the moon.
Which means that likely he was working from. My implication that I got from that is he was working with ancient blueprints. Like, he found blueprints of the same technology that those people used. Otherwise, how would he have built the same thing?
Yeah.
Which, does that mean they brought blueprints of their robots or those robots to the planet with them instead of just leaving them all on the moon? Could mean that.
Yeah. That is the question right there.
There are so many arguments, by the way, in chat right now about whether or not the fourth emperor rocks or sucks. And let me tell you, I will tell you why they rock when we get there. I have good opinions, and you will see.
The symbol on the shirt of the dude I love, who everybody was all mad at me for loving him.
Which guy?
What's his name?
Kizaru?
What's his name? The one who gives the middle finger?
Oh, Trafalgar Law, yeah.
Law. His symbol is just a sun, 100%. And then the symbol on Boa with the skull in the middle and then all the snakes coming around the outside is done like a sun. And everyone was like, that's Medusa. And I'm like, yeah, but there's snakes coming out of the bottom of the face too. I think it was done intentionally as a kind of a sun thing. And then they're everywhere. It's like the explosion of light and dark with the fight with Ace on the shirts of different people, tattooed on everyone. Put in the middle of people's symbols on their buttons, especially on giants. There's a lot of sun symbolism on the giants.
I will say, I think those sun symbols, and I'm the one who posted them, I think those are a stretch, the giants. Like, could those be a sun symbol?
I think, though, that all of it, because, like, you're going to use the sun and Luffy with the sun shining over, et cetera, et cetera. I think somebody who put this one up of Usopp when he's the Sniper King with his
it definitely is sun-like.
That's very fascinating.
In his superhero disguise.
Yeah, so more and more when I read, because I was thinking this already, and then when I read 4 pages ahead after we got out of hell, I was like, oh, look at that. The Marineford is a moon. And they tried to call it a crescent bay. And I was like, dude, I can see it's a freaking moon. It's a moon. And so, yeah, we're definitely going there. Are we almost ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, I think, well, we got to do our closing segments because remember, this is its own YouTube video. So.
Oh, is this going to be its own YouTube video?
Yeah, we're making 2 separate YouTube videos. I'm going to edit this part, and Cricket's going to edit the second part.
In that case, let me do my plug first.
Yeah, you're going to get 2 plugs today. Chat, aren't you so excited? You get to counter in twice. Everybody? Oh, wait, Kaito's doing the long countdown. Look, guys, let me tell you. All I'm saying is when you're evaluating characters, try to think about this. How many characters actually don't underestimate Luffy? Pretty rare trait to not underestimate Luffy. Just think about that when you're thinking about characters every once in a while.
Hi there, YouTube. You should subscribe.
What? Should they? Yeah?
That's good. Do you think?
We don't have more than that? That's it?
Oh no, coughing fit.
Is there anything else you want to say? Maybe that if they subscribe and they ring the bell, they'll get notifications when we post new content, or that, look, guys, we missed the mark. We're not going to hit 50,000 in time for me to do the Marco cosplay. But Marco does come back in the story, and if we hit 50,000 by that point, I will do it. We don't want to say any of that?
No, I don't want to bore the people of YouTube. I mean, you know this is good. Subscribe.
Okay. All right, YouTube, you heard the woman. Mama's edible kicked in, someone says. That was a good bet. That's a good bet, honestly. Just saying subscribe is hilarious.
Okay, let's do my top 5.
Yeah, this is a weird one because there's not that many characters this arc.
Yeah, but I loved this arc.
It's great.
I think people underestimate this. This is where I discovered like all the different ways that haki can be used, and that there might be an actual prophecy about Luffy, or just how strong he was, and da-da-da-da-da. Like, I was just like, oh, there's so much here. I love this. Mm-hmm. And I was crushed for Hancock, finding out her story and understanding her hell. Oh God, so crushing. Yeah,
it's brutal.
So number 1, Boa, no competition, hands down.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Boa. Boa is also now one of my top favorite characters. I love her so much. Her and I can't be best friends. She's been hurt too badly. She doesn't have the ability to best friend yet.
Oh no! Boa's on her healing journey.
But you know what? I'm there for her. And when she's ready, we can friend it up. When she's ready to friend it up, I'm there. I'm there for her. Number 2. Isn't this kind of weird? Yeah, because it's all these people from... I think number 2 for me is the old emperor.
Old lady
the
emperor?
Old empress. Yeah, what was her name?
Oh boy, I can't remember. She says Nyan all the time.
She says Yeah, she says Neon, or Nyan, but I don't think that's her name, is it?
No, I don't remember her name.
Nyan.
Gloriosa.
No, Gloriosa. I love her. And I pick her. And not picking her would be ridiculous. First of all, she was the last empress. And second of all, she rocks.
Funny enough, they don't actually say she was the last empress. She just was a previous empress.
I don't adore that Boa is all pissy about her, because I'm like, come on, Boa.
Well, Boa says that she was exiled until she saved the sisters.
Yeah, exactly.
So like or helped save the sisters. So there's something she did dishonored her.
Yeah. She's old. She could drop dead at any time.
Oh, they say she's 2 generations ago. Okay.
Gloriosa, former Empress of Amazon Lily. Your reign was over 3 generations ago.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyways, she's my number 2. God damn, this is a funny episode. It's such a funny arc.
It's
I'm
great.
not gonna lie. Every
Comedy's
time
fantastic.
I watch her do that head tilt back, I'm like, yeah, baby. I'm here for this. It's such a great head tilt. Who's the lady that Luffy runs off into the forest with the bobbed hair?
I think that's Marguerite, right?
I think it's Marguerite as well. So I just needed to check. Yes, Marguerite is my number 3.
Hell yeah. Marguerite's great.
I love me some Marguerite. Don't really like that one that much.
Yeah.
Who is the sister who is larger?
Marigold?
Yeah, I love Marigold.
Yeah, there's the one that's fat but has like normal human body proportions, and the one that's skinny but has a giant head.
No, I don't like the bobblehead one. It scares me.
No.
No, I don't like that one at all. She was a no for me. That's going to be a no for me.
Oh, no.
No, but I love the fat one.
Okay.
She's awesome. She gets to be number 4. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just looking and making sure that I'm not wrong.
There's something kind of nice about the fact that Oda has characters who are fat who will be shown thin when they're young, and it just kind of like happens.
Yeah, like nobody's business. Sometimes you get fat.
Yep.
And it doesn't change. And I hate how somebody in the thing was like, "Oh, what happened to her?" And I was like, "I don't know. What happened to you? Why are you such a jerk?"
Yeah, why you get a
we
judge
all got
like
things
that
happen, and your thing is jerk. So,
I don't know why. I find Sandersonia's bobblehead design kind of endearing.
I feel like I have to pick her because she's so up there in the arc.
Look, you said she freaks you out. You don't have to.
But she scares me.
Yeah, don't pick her if she scares you. Be honest.
I'm scared of her.
Maintain the validity of this. Now, I like her. I find her weird ass design really endearing for whatever reason, but you don't have to.
I don't. And when she hangs Luffy upside down in front of her face, I was like,
you can also pick someone from one of the cutaways.
Yeah, I'm trying to find her. There's a chick who sits in the stands who's like so weird.
Oh, cutaways, I was thinking like when we see places other than the island.
Oh, I thought you meant cutaways from the main action.
No, because we have a couple scenes elsewhere in the world.
No, I don't think that's fair to this arc.
All right. The problem is there just aren't that many characters.
I like the chick, and I'm trying to find her. She's such a weirdo. Somebody else's favorite, too. Somebody in the thing was like,
the
this
giant
is my
dummy?
favorite. Sweet Pea.
Okay.
I like Sweet Pea. Yeah, that's the one. Although I could have picked other ones too. Like when I look through it, actually, there's a bunch of ones that are kind of cool in here.
I honestly like that the designs of women are more interesting and diverse and allowed to be weird in Amazon Lily in a way that it feels like the rest of One Piece hadn't done to this point.
Yeah.
I think because Oda realized without any men, he wanted to keep drawing weird people, so he had to do something.
I wanted this picture because it was such a revealing moment that really helped us to get to know about some of the history and make connections between how horrifying her backstory was, etc. But the other one I liked was when Luffy is doing the dance with all the girls and they're partying together and they have the weird basket that they're shaking out in front of them and then they've got the chopsticks up their nose and down the front of their mouth.
It is cute.
And then this chick in there goes, "What a vulgar dance." And then I just keep wondering, is this a real dance? Are they showing a real dance we're not seeing? Is that what's going on here?
I honestly do not know.
Yeah, I would love to know. So at the end of this, when we find out, so those are my top 5, and the devil fruit is just giving me suspicions.
What devil fruit? What's up?
The devil fruit of the 2 sisters being snake fruits when they come from a snake kingdom. How were the dragons able to get a hold of those particular devil fruits and intentionally give them to them? How do they have such easy ability, not the chopstick dance, the thing with the weird shaking baskets? How do they have such an easy ability to not only get devil fruits? You can only have one fruit going on at a time, and yet they managed to just find 2 different types of snakes. That feels very suspicious. Like they have that kind of ability to get the fruit they want. Okay. It's not just about their being rich. They're too easily able to pick the fruits that match to their frickin' nation. A nation all about snakes? Come on. And then they're just 2 different types of snakes that they give to these young girls. That feels way too on the nose and starts to make me question if the pieces of crap formerly known as the dragons, the celestial dragons, or as I like to call them, the real drags.
Sorry, I missed your really good name for them. Can we go back there?
The real drags.
Perfect, brilliant. Yeah. Got it in one.
That they have the best ability to get the fruits that they want whenever they want, and that feels very much like they are closer to the source.
Okay. And have we still come to a theory yet on what the source of the devil fruits are?
Do you know what the source of the devil fruit is?
I'm not going to tell you this.
Yeah, that's right.
You expect me to tell you? You expect me to tell you what I know and don't know?
Let me have a coughing fit, and then I'll tell you if I expect you to tell me.
All right. Please cough away. Feel free. Feel welcome.
There, I had a coughing fit.
Pet the boy.
I'm back. Pet the boy. I lied. I wasn't done. Yeah, and how come none of the real drags have used devil fruit powers?
Not that we've seen.
Exactly. Why? This is the question. The question of the day is, why are you using them but won't have them used on you? Can you not take them? Is there something about you that means that you can't take them? Or are you using them as a way of controlling others?
It's obvious. They're gods, so they can't have a devil fruit.
It's exactly what Kat said, because as gods, they are above demonic devils. No.
Is there anything else we need to cover?
I say no. What do we usually do at the ends of these things? I would not want their fruit at all.
Yeah, I don't think any of these fruit are entering the top for you, huh?
No. No, thank you. No fruit changes. I don't want any of these fruit. But I just want to give a tip of the hat to Oda here, historically, and just say, as one lover and studier of history to another, I really appreciated you using the Chinese aesthetic in this arc. And I think that you used it as a quiet way of talking about something that needs attention, and I super appreciated it.
He did it literally about as loudly as you can get away with in Japan.
I would agree.
Like,
I would agree.
For anyone who doesn't know, if you try to acknowledge atrocities Japan has committed in Japan, it goes incredibly poorly.
Mm-hmm. So that's my tip of the hat to you.
All right.
But I could not believe how much there was in this arc that was corkboardy that made you think of other things. Now I just keep thinking like, okay, where else can we use haki, and what else can it be put on? And so many things. Is Momonga the weird looking chick?
Momonga is the vice admiral who, when he comes to collect Boa, cuts his hand to avoid being turned to stone.
He's fine.
I like him. I think he's impressive, and I like that Boa's like, you know what? Respect.
He's fine to me. Yeah, I don't hate the man. But I'm supposed to pick a top 5 based upon based upon what I got the most enjoyment out of the arc. And I thought he was really interesting, but he wasn't my like, you know.
He's a rare, okay guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A rare, okay guy.
He's not amazing.
I love the highlighting. I love the highlighting you did on her. I think that you did Hancock well.
Thank you. I wanted to try to go for hard angles, I decided, because usually if you want to make a woman look sexy, you use a lot of curved lines, so I thought it would get the vibe better with some harder angles.
Oh, Luffy. Luffy in this is...
Where do we rank Luffy? And then we got to do our goodbyes, which everyone are fake goodbyes, because we're going to be back for Impel Down and for you guys. Those are YouTube goodbyes.
For me, even though this is unusual, because Luffy is good for a different reason in this one. He shows the goodness of his humanness. And because he does that, he also does it alone. And we see that his values haven't changed over this time. He admits how much he needs his crew, because he's like, I could steal a boat, but if I stole a boat, I would just be literally floating around in the island lost because I don't have Nami. And so he admits all the things that he's missing because he's missing his crew, the things he no longer can do. And because he's not around other influences either, he's just a more pure version of himself. Like even Oda said in one of the SBS when they were like, how come Luffy was slobbering over the women in the shower before, but suddenly when Hancock is there, he's not? And then Oda is like, because he was with Usopp when that happened, and he just kind of followed along Usopp, like kind of sheep-like. So what you're seeing is how he would react when he isn't sheep-like following other people's legs.
Whoops.
And so it made me feel like we were getting to see a more true version of Luffy almost in this panel. Anyway, I S-tier him because of this.
Fair. A lot of people are like, speaking of Nami, because people have been like, where's Nami? Guys, Nami doesn't always have to be thrown off the chart. Sometimes she's literally just not there. She's literally not on the island, guys.
And can I just say that I think overall, Nami is my second favorite Straw Hat.
Yeah, you love Nami. It's just she doesn't often do show stealing things.
Yeah, and so we talked about the reason why this happened, and when I was telling Drock that I had an epiphany about why I keep trying to put Nami on, she's just awesome. She does things every arc that are gentle, and I don't mean gentle. I just mean they're not like show-stopping moments where everyone is like, look at me, but she keeps doing really important things, and they couldn't get done what they do if Nami wasn't there, and she's essential in every way. So I keep wanting to put her on, but then there's other people who have done such crazy shit that I end up having to boot her off all the time. And then I feel bad because I'm like, I see you, Nami, and I know it's because of you we were able to do this. But when you turn around and look at Sanji breaking down the door and getting on the train, I can't. And so I think that's what keeps happening, is that I want to put her on because she's so essential, and yet I keep taking her off because it's just not quite as big as the others.
All right. Let's do our YouTube goodbye before we move on to Impel Down. By the way, this is crazy. We've been over 500 for most of this stream, and that's insane.
Can I start?
Yeah, go for it.
YouTube. Bye, YouTube.
Yeah, you wanna... Anything you think that's about... You figuring that...
See you later.
Okay, cool. Hey, thanks for everybody for being here. Thank you for watching. If you're watching this in like the couple of days this is up on its own, we are going to be trying to get these out very quickly because we want to post Marineford immediately. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you had a good time. I had a great time.
Wait.
Uh-huh.
I do want to say something.
Okay.
I recognize that by you watching this, you're spending time that you could be doing on anything else. So when you choose to watch us, I know that it's a real honor, and that's never lost on me.
Okay, so your bit here is that you get to like do your I just say one sentence and be funny, then I try to be sentimental and you come in and try to be more sentimental to make mine look worse. Is that the bit?
No. I was just talking to somebody. Oh, it was your dad.
Uh-huh.
You know him from such places as being your dad.
Yep.
And he said, it must mean a lot to you that some people just choose to watch this, and they watch you and Drock, that's not what he called you,
Usually not.
hang out and do this. And they could be doing anything else. They could be going for a walk, hanging out with their family, watching anything else, and they choose you. That says a lot.
Aw.
And it really made me think of, like, time is currency, and people choosing to use their time on us, that's really sweet.
Aw.
Yeah.
That is really sweet.
Now you be sentimental. So really I was sentimental, but really it was your dad. You know him from such places as your childhood.
Thank you guys so much for being here. It means the world that we get to do this. I'm thrilled. I'm thinking all the time about what we get to do for you next, and you've given us an opportunity to talk about something that I love more than any other work of fiction. Being able to do that and to talk to you guys has been amazing, and I so look forward to getting to do it right to the end with all of you. Thank you so much for watching. There, we both get to be sweet. We ready? Are we ready for hell?
Nobody is ready for hell.
All right, you know what? You're right.
I love this picture.
Well, thank you. I decided I needed my chocolate bar. I lost my chocolate bar. This is tragic. I wanted chocolate so bad, but I think when I was looking for my art glove earlier, I lost it. Never mind. No chocolate for me. This is so sad.
You need to find your chocolate bar. That's all I can think of now.
No, it's in the candy drawer. I have all my Christmas candy in a drawer. I'll have it at some point.
Why don't you go and get it while I regale the people with a story?
You know what? Fucking why not? Are you regaling?
Old Jim buggy time. I'm gonna regale.
Okay.
I'm gonna regale. Here we go. Okay, just so you know, Drock has always been sweet. When he talks about how he wants to be sweet, he's always sweet. He's always the sweetest one out of all of us. So it's good if you can outsweet him. It makes you feel good.
I think I'm the sweetest, but also the rudest. I think you can only get away with one if you do the other.
You definitely are also the rudest. This is not a lie. You know what's so good about the next arc?
What's that?
Everything.
You were a big fan of this one.
No, I am the biggest fan of it. After, like, spoiler alert, after going through it at the end, I think it's my favorite arc so far. Okay. Even over Annie's Lobby, I think it's Impel down now. And then you were saying that
I cannot find it. I probably just lost it. But you like this more than Impel Down, or more than Annie's Lobby? Sorry.
Yeah, I freaking love it.
That's
I don't know why. It's got it all.
Our editor Cricket in chat saying big win for us queers.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it's all about.
Can we immediately get into what's so cool about this arc with how you've been looking at the series and why this has changed how we have to look at the Sun God? Because I think this arc highlights how Oda writes mythology and the weird way he makes things literal and figurative at the same time, literal and symbolic at the same time.
Yeah. Can we actually start that though? Because we would have to skip ahead to things that happen further down the line.
I feel like we kind of either got to do it right at the beginning or save it for the end. And I kind of feel like we can get into better discussions throughout if we at least mention it at the beginning. Because everyone's read it. I think it is a good thing to start with.
Okay, in that case, let me just quickly mention, we found out that we angered the King of the Sea, and that's what Garp calls Whitebeard.
Oh yeah,
so we found out
pissed off
Whitebeard, the King of the Sea. So I think that's a very important thing to know. And then the other thing is, I've been asking this for a while, but I don't know if I asked it online or if you and I are the only ones who had the conversation about who Luffy's mom is and who Ace's mom is and why the mums aren't being mentioned. I know that Oda likes to just kill mums, but I'm like, where are these mums? And then Ace is like, I owe the name Portgas a great debt. I got it from my mother. I cannot wait to meet Ace's mom because we're meeting her for sure.
Okay. Prediction: we meet Ace's mom.
Yeah, and she's, I don't know when.
Do we need the Straw Hats to meet her? Do we just need the reader to meet her? Does a flashback count? These are important criteria.
Oh, we just need her to be in the manga.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very important. I know everybody thinks Crocodile Mom. I already talked
We've talked about the Croco Mom theory. Guys, the crocodile is a trans man theory makes so much sense. Crocodile is Luffy's mom is insane. It is cracked out.
I don't even know if Luffy and Ace have the same mom. Do we know that?
It hasn't been confirmed.
Interesting. That is interesting. Okay, so Drock and I were talking. There's some areas in here where I have some gold stars and we decided shooting stars.
Yeah, shooting stars is the prediction we're going to use for something that you have that's a regular quality prediction, but from a long distance called shot.
Yeah, like the one that I made about Buggy and Luffy fighting together one day.
Yeah.
Was my fourth prediction I ever made.
It was an episode 1 prediction.
Yeah.
So whatever a shooting star means is up to Cricket, because Cricket's editing this one. So Cricket, a shooting star is happening right now. Thank you. Thank you so much, man.
Good luck. Okay.
Okay, so let's talk about the interplay between literal and symbolism real quick before we get into it.
And let's talk about it right away with the Mizu.
Ooh, with Izunami.
Mizu. With the...
Oh, the bull. Okay, let's save the Izunami talk then.
Yeah. So in Japanese Buddhism, there's Gozu, and I think it's Gozu who I'm thinking of. Gozu and Mizu, who are a horse head and a bull head, who in Buddhism kind of rule the underworld portion of Buddhism. Yeah. And I said to Drop when I was reading in the one before, interestingly, there's this and this symbol, and I'm wondering if they're going to become a thing. We get into Impel down, we turn the page, and there's a great big bullhead standing there ruling over the prison, who is obviously the Gozu. And so I was like, oh my God, that's crazy. So right away, I knew that this place obviously represents, since we have so many deep layers and it goes down in layers, we all know it represents Dante's Inferno. And then because it has characters from literally, I found 4 or 5 different religious symbols in here. So because of that, we were like, okay, so you've got your
bet
Buddhism.
If I knew more about Zoroastrianism, we could get another one in.
I would agree. And so they have all these different symbols and layers. And then the very first thing they talk to Boa about is, and in here we have the place that we clean them of things that is just a medium lukewarm bath. And I was like, yeah, because they start the journey down into hell in an area that is neither hot nor cold nor anything, because it's limbo. And then you're like, well, this is such a bizarre interpretation of this area. And then I realized, yeah, this is just hell. This is how Oda has decided he's going to do hell. So all of the symbolism and all the talking that I've been doing about who's guarding hell and what does hell look like. Oh, you can take them off emojis now. They've learned their lesson. Oh. Poor babies. All of the different symbolisms and things that I've been talking about, if it had to do with hell, this is where it comes from. This is where all of that stuff comes from. And so I was like, shit. So if I'm going to see anything that has to do with Izanami and a guardian or the Queen of Hell, it's going to come in here. And then I was like, how is the Queen of Hell going to be in this place? And I said to Drock, this has to have the Queen of Hell in it. And he's like, uh-huh. And I was like, unless that I was wrong and there isn't going to be a symbolism.
I played along with it like, yeah, I mean, it couldn't be Sadie, right? That doesn't fit Izanami. Let me know if you find someone you think might be the Queen of the Underworld. Let me know if you happen to see someone.
Yeah, and I was like...
Okay.
I was like, oh, I hope I was right. I said it would be really weird for me if I didn't get to see a Queen of Hell, because I really feel like it has to exist, given the way that he's been using his... using all of his mythology. It doesn't make any sense. And yeah, we met the Queen of Hell.
Oh boy, howdy did we.
Being drawn. They are being drawn right now.
Real quick, we need to take a brief break because my sister has Bellamy's mom and sister, and his mom got fixed recently, so Bellamy's sister hasn't been able to play, so she's here to visit. Rumor baby?
Yeah. Rumor.
Spade, sorry. Rumor, can you come here? Touch. Oh, that's Bellamy. Rumor was right here. Come on, Rumor. Okay, Rumor treat? Okay, Belle, you'll get a treat in a second, but it's Rumor treat right now. I want people to see the Rumor. Come on, Rumor. Come on, Rumor. No, Belle. Oh, this is... Come on, come on. Oh, she does not like this. This is Bellamy's sister. She's a scraggly little muffin, and I love her. I thought she'd want to go up because she loves jumping on laps, but she did not. Come on, Belle. She did not like that.
No.
Uh-oh.
I love her so much.
She's so great. She's such a good kid.
Yeah.
One of my lights fell over. Oh, well. That's my wife you can hear over there. My sister's at home. Oh, man.
Okay. So you got everything from Hannibal, who kind of looks like a person, and we know that his name comes from multiple places, and he definitely has the Egyptian vibe, and he comes off as being so many different things, and he's like, welcome to my Impel Down. You've got everything in here. All these different
Magellan
layers.
is Nazi Satan.
Oh, God, yeah. Which we're going to get to later on when we go into our secret spot again. Yeah. And so when we were going into Impel Down, I immediately was like, oh my God, I am going to love this one.
And
like, because it's kind of like a beat 'em up game again, because you're doing levels, right? So you have a clear level up and move into a new level and fight different creatures and find a whole different environment. Plus, you're doing it in ways that you kind of know it, because it's going to be like Dante's Inferno adjacent. Plus, you're going to find all these cool different characters and people who you know are going to be locked up in there, some whom you don't know who they are. So immediately, every time you get to a new level, you're like, oh my God, who's going to be here? Who are we getting? And so I just immediately knew I was going to love this.
And the idea of it being both a literal and a symbol, and why this making you question anything, is because, like, Oda, I think, makes clear in Thriller Bark, and he makes clear in this, that he doesn't want an underworld that is a physical place we can go to. He doesn't want us to be able to bring back dead people. He wants dead people to stay dead. That's important to the story, because the theme of you only die when you're forgotten doesn't really work as well. It's not as powerful if people can literally come back to life. So zombies aren't the person they were. They are a puppeted body. And the underworld is not an actual underworld. But because he uses mythology for so much reference, he needs there to be an underworld that's a physical place, because going to the underworld is integral to mythology. So how does he solve it? He has a place that is literally an underworld. No one escapes. No one comes back. Pirates are sent there. The damned are trapped there. And it's entirely themed after the underworld. But everyone is literally still alive. So it manages to be literally the underworld and also only symbolically the underworld at the same time. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah, and Brooke doesn't count in that way because Brooke ate the revive fruit. So Brooke is going to be able to come back because of a devil fruit, which is one single type of exception. And then it ends up biting him in the ass, which is almost like Oda's way of saying, like, well, you shouldn't try to come back. People should stay dead. So it was very interesting to me. And so when everyone talks about this place, it's so cool because you're right. He's able to bridge these two ideas of both having an underworld and not ever seeing the underworld. And so I knew we had to meet the Queen of the Underworld here, and I was not disappointed.
We certainly meet the Queen of the Underworld.
But then we have Luffy hanging out, and he's like, what are the chances of meeting in here? Brother, blah, blah, blah. And then, boom, what's that? Hey, brother, run, or you'll get killed. I've been cut in half. It's hard to run. What are these things? And then he looks at him. Straw Hat, what are you doing here? Buggy. So this is the first star, and that is, we already talked about, that one is going to be a shooting star.
I think you also get you kind of get two because you predicted Buggy would go to the Grand Line. Although, I think this is a Shroom Star because you predicted Buggy would choose to go to the Grand Line, which sort of happened and sort of didn't. No, wait, he did choose. I think he got arrested in the Grand Line. I think he followed with the Grand Line.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, you get two shooting stars here.
I get 2 gold stars here, and they should both be shooting. They could shoot together, whoosh, and then create an explosion. Then fireworks. Okay,
Cricket, you don't have to do all of that. Don't worry. You don't have to.
And so
you predicted Mr. 3 would come back too.
Yes, I did. Holy crap! Actually, I have so many predictions in this area. I love Buggy's hair in here because Buggy's hair freaked me out in the old one.
Buggy has a glow up in this arc.
He looks wicked. And my very favorite page, and the one where I realized, hey, I predicted this, is we'll change the mission from sneaky to flashy. Sounds good to me. And boom, off they go. And the two of them are fighting side by side. I was so freaking here for this. It was so good. I couldn't believe how excited I was to see Buggy. I don't know if I loved Buggy as much by the end, but in this time when we're going through and they're defeating them together and he's helping us to see how much Luffy has changed because we're seeing Luffy's change through the eyes of Buggy, it really helps us to know how much Luffy has gone through and how different he is than he used to be. And I think that's really important too. When you put characters in from the past and they are able to articulate for us like, holy shit, this isn't even the same person anymore. That really, really helps us to remind ourselves how far Luffy has come and how much that character has grown. So I thought that was amazing. And then he's like, oh, we fought. That was great. I thought Buggy's feet could fly. Was that just in the live action?
No, his feet didn't fly in the live action. His feet have to stay on the ground.
They did the whole time? Because I was thinking in the live action that they might have run, but that's okay. This is an incredible sketch, P.S.
Thank you. I'm just fixing the face a little. I'm doing what I call an energy pass, where I just go through and try to capture the energy a bit better.
Oh, I love that. And I loved that Buggy was kind of our narrator of what Impel Down looked like, because you kind of need somebody who can tell you, oh, well, down on level 4, you're tortured. In this level, this will happen. So he gives an overview. Who better than Buggy? Who his feet did fly in the live action.
Oh, I thought they didn't. Well, never mind.
I knew it. I just had a memory of them flying. Okay, that's amazing. And then as they're zooming down and they go into the great imagination PS, like the forest inside the prison that was all glass and cutting everyone open, like this is a horrific place. He really did create a perfect hell and allow us to see it. And then they jump down, and then who's there? Good God. Underwater prison level 2, demonic beast. I'm too weak to be scared. And we got Mr. 3. And I was like, oh, are we having a reunion?
It's a reunion episode.
Spoiler alert, it is a reunion episode. High five, everyone. Because Mr. 3 is way cooler in this than he was in his own. Because you know that I wasn't a huge fan of Wax. I knew we'd see him again. Oh, so that's another gold star then.
Yep, because you did predict he would come
gold
back.
Star, Mr. 3. But I was really glad to have him back, and I really like the idea of Buggy and him kind of creating their own little tete-a-tete with each other.
Yep.
And Warden Magellan, I can't even with that dude.
I love his
dude
bit.
Is terrifying.
He's scary as hell.
Oh.
I love that he's competent and terrifying and driven and no nonsense and spends most of his waking hours shitting. And people mistake this, that his fruit does this to him. No. What it is that he wants to flex that he can eat poisonous shit because he's immune to poison because of his fruit. So he eats poisonous shit, being like, look at me, I can eat poison. But it's not edible, so it fucks up his digestion and gives him horrible IBS. And everyone's like, my guy, you could just not eat poison. And he goes, but I can eat poison.
Yeah, I'm with Beige that I think that Magellan scares me more than any other thing we've come against. And I don't know if I'll feel that way in the future, but I have never seen anything that I was more like, oh, this is a real terrifying dude. Luffy using his powers and having both number 3 and Buggy being like, you are kicking ass, my dude, and you've already gained so much strength, was like, oh, I love this so much.
Everyone he's kicked the ass of before is like, God damn, you have changed.
Yeah. But as soon as you meet old Jim, and people were like, what do you think of old, well, I think they said Jimbei. What do you think of old Jim, mama? And I was like, his very first meeting of him, this is what you get. So let me read this to you, because I was like, what can you possibly do but love this man? It's not my flesh that hurts, because I'm not able to do what's right. It's my heart, Ace. But Jimbei, I can't die yet. I don't care if I'm one of the 7 warlords. That means nothing to me. But I'd gladly give my life up to stop this war. Damn, that's your very first meeting of this giant ass awesome dude. Oh, I loved him immediately. I was like, you know what, old Jim? I'm here with you. I'm gonna help you escape. And so, and then what happens right away? Freaking Ace starts talking up Luffy and just absolutely standing for him. Being like, you know, because Jim is giving us all the background of everything that happened and how they've been overwhelmed and how he fought with Whitebeard and how Whitebeard came in and was like, this is my territory now, which is incredible. Because even though it's kind of colonial, and you and I were talking about this, and I was saying it's something that we've done with indigenous people, is you come in and we're like, I'm saving your land and turning it into a federal park. And you're like, yeah, that's really helpful. A thresher shark fishman when he's a whale shark fishman?
You do get a mushroom because you said he'd be a thresher shark. That's true.
Yeah, that's not a big deal. I'm okay with it. And so when people just take over and turn things into parks and other things, it's not really saving you. But in this case, what else could happen? Everybody was coming in and fishermen were being captured and sold off and mermaids were being stolen. And in comes Whitebeard and is like, no, screw you all. This is my territory. And if you come in here, then I will murder you. And gave the fishmen some safety. And so it is such a great feeling to feel like we can cheer for Whitebeard, because Whitebeard gives off such a what's the energy I'm thinking of here? Murdery. Such a murdery energy.
The word I thought was paternal, which is very different than murdery.
Murdery energy. When you see him and he's like, don't F up, red-haired Shanks, or I'll kill you. Don't do this or I'll fight you down and you'll be dead. And you're like, damn. And yet you see time and time again how he has this. And so it's paternalism, and it's a paternal father-like figure, which is why it's interesting that I both love and dislike that he said anyone who comes into this area will be killed, because it's not raising the fishermen up, right? Like, the fishermen don't have sovereignty or agency or freedom in any way. all he did is stop them from going in that territory. So he did do this thing, but the job isn't done, which is why I now know that Luffy's work is going to act to give freedom and equity to the fishmen race, because something was started with Whitebeard where Whitebeard is helping to save them and make it so people can't come in. So in order to stop this genocide of the fish people and the fish people being treated the way that they're being treated, I think that's going to be something that Luffy picks the mantle up of.
Okay.
Yeah. Must pick the mantle up of. And then...
So I guess that's a prediction that Luffy will protect Fishman Island in a more complete way?
Yeah, I think he's going to help to give them more agency, to actually give them some freedom. I don't know if it's going to be just the kicking of the ass of the pieces of crap drags, or real drags, or if it's going to be something else. But 100%, Luffy is going to pick that mantle up, and he's going to work on a more complete freedom for the fish people. Because right now, like, just saying to people like, oh, you're safe if you stay in this area. Well, that's like saying it's kind of like a concentration camp now. You know what I mean? So now you're like, as long as you stay in here, you have our protection. But if you leave these boundaries, you're fair game, and you're going to be stolen, and you're going to be put into slavery, and all these things are going to happen to you. Well, that's not freedom. That's not protected. So he did what he could do when he did it, period. And yeah, that's what he did. But that's not freedom. They're in a camp, and that's not enough. So I think now Luffy is going to pick the mantle up from here.
All right.
And that's what I'm excited about. Because once Luffy likes somebody, he's like, it harkens back to the beginning chapters when Red Hair Shanks was like, yeah, but now you've hurt a friend of mine, so now I'm going to have to kick the living crap out of you and kill your whole crew and find all your family. Luffy, once somebody is their friend, they're his friend, and he will work his ass off to take them away from oppression. And so I thought this was, what an introduction to somebody. And it's also so cool that we're in a prison, because we have this huge juxtaposition between soft, quiet moments where two people are talking in a prison cell, and these rambunctious, insane moments. So it's such good foil for each other, because you go between these huge times where it's like everybody is running, doors are flying open, things are chasing them, monsters are coming out, the action is palpable, and then all of a sudden you're sitting in a cell, and it's the last moments of somebody who knows that they are up for execution, hearing this incredible story. And so it's so cool that they went back and forth. And you have it exactly right, Weibo. The pacing is addicting. I could not stop. I started to read this because Drock said, feel free to read a little bit of Impel down. I don't think it's a big deal if you read a bit now. And once I got into Impel down, it was like I could not turn the pages quick enough. I needed to go. I needed to see what was next. And I could not get enough of this. Absolutely an addictive, shattering pace. But it wouldn't have been good unless every once in a while you'd had a slow, quiet moment where old Jim is talking to Ace, or something small and quiet is happening over to the side, even if it's something with stress, just to stop it from being move. And I think it was really genius writing.
It's really well handled.
A Sphinx. Yes. You got a Sphinx guards. Oh, we're back into a little bit of Egyptian lore again. And then somebody says, amen. It's praying. Oh, it's so cool, because he keeps trying to highlight that we're looking at different religions, and he does it in a whole bunch of different ways. It's amazing. And then, oh, did I want to go into this?
Do you?
No.
Okay, guess you don't.
I decided I do not, because I'm going to move forward. I don't want to be stuck on things forever. I like that they decided to open up all the different cells and just allow everybody to come out, because that's exactly what I told you when I started to read. I was like, they have to get all the cells opened up, because they have to create as much kerfuffle as possible in order to get out of there, because
And
otherwise they're screwed.
Buggy and Mr. 3 are so perfectly built with their devil fruits for a prison break.
Exactly. This is where I was super, super happy. And this is where I could see why you thought that Garp didn't suck.
Yeah.
Even if we take into account the escape of the Golden Line, the pirate that could fly, that was still 20 years ago. Oh, P.S. I think we're going to meet the Golden Line.
So here's the thing. I don't think I want to make this a prediction, because at this point, people who are readers kind of knew that we weren't going to, because he is a figure of lore. I mean, if you mean meet, he'll be in the manga. That could happen. But as far as actually meet the Straw Hats meeting him, he was the subject of a non-canon movie, and because of that, probably the Straw Hats aren't going to interact with him.
Yeah, I mean like in the manga.
Okay.
That we're going to find out about.
Then we can make that a prediction.
Yeah. Because when you see that, you're like, oh, we're going to need to know a little more about this guy. He escaped the prison and he could fly. Come on.
You can actually know all about him once you read Chapter 0. It was the setup canon prologue chapter for the movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so actually the reason there was extra put into the movie and why Chapter 0 exists is because it was the first movie that Oda had a hand in writing.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't?
Kaito. No. Oh. They're wondering if they... Uh-oh.
The prediction is just that we will see Golden Lion Shiki again in the manga. Or we will see him, period. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was still 20 years ago. It is canon, yeah. Out of hundreds of thousands of pirates, no one else has ever been able to break in or out throughout history. The great prison Impel Down has been impregnable for all of these years. And the first person to ever break in and ruin its reputation is your grandson, Garp. I'm so proud of that boy. He's great. Yep. I love Garp being like, look, if my kid's gonna be a pirate, he'd better be the best pirate. He'd better do things that no one else has ever done. Way to go, champ. Yeah. He's a shit grandfather, but but this moment was pretty damn good. I should read Chapter 0. That feels like a real thing. You should. I just didn't want you to read it before you were sort of allowed to, like when it would spoil things like Impel Down. Are you saying I'll be able to read it soon? Yeah, I could bring it over sometime this week. Oh, you just have it? Yeah, it came with that box set you got me for Christmas. Oh. Yeah. That's amazing. Oh yeah. Little beasties. I also like that in this one, I think one of the reasons that the action moves so quickly is they get caught in a net that should be able to just take them down and blah, blah, blah. And then instead, the goofy Sphinx dude just rips through it on its way to attack them. And I like that they don't waste time in this. And that's what we were talking about earlier with the addicting pace, that it actually feels like we're not going to waste time trying to figure out how to get out of the goddamn net for the next 15,000 chapters. And then they're like, oh, we finally did it. And at the last second, he's just like, nope, giant beast through the net, done, moving on. And so it had that kind of a pace to it. And I think it's because of things like that within this arc that it felt like we were on a run. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Is it time for the return? Humans and tacos. Chiquita bananas and oranges. This world was made for men and women. But when you're me, you're both man and woman. That's why I'm the strongest. Oh, come my way. Woo! Bonchan the goat. My God. Bonchan is here. Him coming back in here. Oh, God, it was I made you stay on the phone to read the rest of that chapter so that I could hear your reaction to Bon re-enter the picture. That's a gold star. That's a gold star. I said that number 2 would come back. You did? You said Mr. 2 Bonclay, oh, whatever. Mr. 2 would come back, and he here. It's Bonclay time. Oh, I was so excited to see him.
I just feel like he's got the love, man. And when I saw him again, I was like, oh my God, you and Luffy are going to get to hang out together. I'm so happy. They're going to be best friends forever. Spoiler alert, they're not.
What? Crazy.
No.
This is one where the
So
top 5 is
sad.
going to be a lot harder, huh?
Oh my God, top 5 in this one is going to be so hard. Oh, I never even thought about that.
There's a
I'm
good few
excited about
characters
Michael
who
Jar,
kind
though.
of kick ass.
I think I have to close the door. I'll get Papa Drock to do it. He's just come home and from his million-hour run because he likes to run. Gonna need a top 10 for Impel down. Oh,
No, it's top 5. Sorry. Tradition's tradition.
okay.
Hey, don't worry. Next arc will be harder.
Top 10. Okay, here we go.
Sorry about the dog. Rumor's a little louder than Bellamy.
I liked Sadie. I mean, I know that she's supposed to be a, you know,
She's a succubus.
yeah, but she's whatever.
Her name literally is just sadist. Like, that's why that's her name.
Yep. It's fine. Miss Sadie the Torturer, she's sadist. I mean, she's hot, but my favorite. I think they could have done more with her character.
Fair. Look, I think enough was done in that really you just needed a torturer.
I think there was just no room for it because, yeah, you've got so much going on. Like, how are you going to spend so much time dealing with her and making her cooler? Yeah. I love that as soon as everybody's back was turned, my girl Boa gave Ace the message that he needed, but it did crush Ace's heart to find out that his little brother, he worries about all the time, was down there with him. That was hard. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
She said, "My little brother is here. Is he the boy with the straw hat you're always talking about? Who's so foolhardy?" Oh, crushing to my soul. I forgot how cool number 2 was too, and that he could bring up everybody's face. So when I first saw Sanji, I was like, Sanji? And then I was like, all right, Mr. 2. You're doing the stuff. And I'm really glad that we got to see him. Long time no see. It's me, Straw Boy. Bon Clay, I was so disappointed because you weren't Zoro. But then you're alive.
Did you call Zoro Sanji again?
What?
Or was it actually Sanji's face?
Me. I don't know. Don't at me. I'm just one cute kid doing their best to keep things going.
You cannot call those two by the right name.
Hey, dude. They're brothers.
All right.
It's Zoro.
Okay, so you did call Zoro Sanji.
It's me, Zoro. Oh, and I finally got to see the cute thumbnail of Mr. 2 doing like his leg flipped in the air and Luffy doing it and them crying and hugging. I've seen that on the things where it's like...
the thumbnail that kept being recommended to you.
Yeah, and so I was like, oh, I finally saw it. I still don't think I'm able to look at that video, but I finally got to see that.
No, you definitely can't look at that video.
Have you watched that video?
No, but I know when it came out and what it would be about.
Yeah. And I loved how much Mr. 2's makeup kind of matched up to Ivan's in a way. Like they had the same kind of eyes going on. I thought that was amazing because it was his hero, and I think that's pretty cool that they did that. I've decided that the Minotaur Jailer Beast is kind of our horse one, either that or the zebra is the horse one. So it was really cool to see all these different things come out from Buddhism within here as well.
And what's the koala?
I looked. There's a whole bunch of animals that it could be. There's a bear one that does a guarding of hell.
Oh, that kind of makes sense, actually. That's a funny way to do a bear.
Yeah, and I was like,
keep a bear fruit for later if you want to.
Yeah, and they do have Hinduism in here as well. Yeah, it's pretty incredible how many religions he managed to toss into this hell, because he just keeps putting different things in here that even if it's just a little tiny little piece, I kept being like, oh, is this from this? Oh, is this from this? It was bringing me back to teaching grade 8 religions. And I was like, oh, this is so well done. It's so well constructed that you could actually just spend an entire frickin' arc doing this for 4 hours, no problem. That was my only thing that I was upset about when we were doing this, because I was like, I gotta race through this, and I'm gonna race through it to make sure I do, but I'm gonna stop on parts that I think are super important to give more to.
All right, let's race.
Moving ahead as fast as possible. Luffy, don't come here. It's too late, Ace. I don't know what to tell you, but also, Ace, you're breaking my heart.
Yeah, Ace, I don't know if you know this, but your brother's a dumbass.
I don't know if you've met him.
He just does stuff.
I love the fire inferno level 4, the big pot of boiling blood. Jesus God. He put some dark ass shit in here. Daz Bones, aka Mr. One, being in here. They round them all up.
Yeah, Baroque Works got.
Oh my God. So what do we know about the Mino the rhinoceros and the Mino koala, Mino zebra? What do we know about their type of
literally
animals?
All we know is they're called awakened zoans. That's what you know.
And we don't know anything about what that is, because I was like, what the hell is an awakened zoan?
Literally, that's it. We know that a zoan is an animal fruit. It's a fruit that turns into an animal.
Yeah. And how are they awakened zoan?
That's it. That's all you know. I listed the info you have.
Because our little weirdo boy with the giraffe, because he loves giraffes.
Yep.
He is able to think and talk and hang out. These don't look awake. Like, I'm looking at them. Every one of them has.
That is interesting that you say that, because every zoan we've seen so far has complete consciousness while they're doing their thing.
Exactly.
And these are called awakened zoans, and they are mindless monsters.
Yeah, they seem to be mindless. Their noses are dripping all over the place. It looks like they need help crossing the street.
Yet they're incredibly strong and tough and durable.
And yet they are awakened.
Yeah, they're the awakened ones.
Yeah, I don't feel good about that.
Well, I mean, what do you want from me? That's the truth. They're awakened. Now, there's only one other zoan user who sometimes acts mindlessly that we've seen. And these boys are very strong and tough and durable and powerful and everything, and mindless.
Who?
I don't know. I can't give you all. Mr. Policeman, I gave you all the clues.
I was only partly listening to you because I was trying to scroll through.
There is one other zoan we know who has at a point been very strong and very tough and powerful and mindless.
Mindless? Are you talking about our baby Chopper?
Yeah, Chopper's the only other zoan we've seen. There was a theory that popped up immediately that whatever awakened is, Chopper is able to do it with his drugs, and that's what Monster Point is. Because people were like, well, look, he's big and strong and tough and mindless in his form, just like these guys are. That was a theory that popped up pretty immediately.
Interesting. I was kind of like taken aback when we get to this part and all of a sudden Luffy is being drowned in a tidal wave of poison, because I was like,
not great when that happens to your protagonist.
Doesn't feel like your protagonist can do much when they're swamped in poison.
Yep.
And then Mr. 2 runs away, and I just have faith in Mr. 2. I immediately was like, no big deal. The reason that Mr. 2 is doing that is because he's going to come back and help my Luffy. And he did. He was all like, don't you worry, Straw Hat. And he even says here, Magellan is a man who can control the world's most dangerous prisoners. He's the master of hell. Make your choice now, Bon Clay. You have to run, Bon Clay, or you can't win. The odds are against you. I got to run. I'm sorry, Straw Boy. But then as soon as everybody was out of the way and Luffy was all laying on the ground doing the dying, our boy came back. because he is the goodest boy.
Your boy is here
ever.
to save Straw Boy.
He was so much stronger than I thought. Blah! And they're all crying, and Luffy's laying on the ground. He does do some pretty good damage prior to getting, poisoned.
Uh-huh.
He does some pretty good damage, but the other picture that I was thinking of getting you to draw was the one where Magellan is standing over top of dying poisoned Luffy.
It's pretty intimidating. Magellan is just so goddamn scary.
This is your punishment, intruder. You will suffer for 24 hours, and then you will go to hell. Damn. And what does Luffy do? He just screams from the ground, Ace! Oh, heart-wrenching. That was heart-wrenching. Okay, now, when he comes back, he says, I've got to get out of here right now, blah, 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 blah. You've escaped the torture. There's only one more thing to do, and I have to save my Straw Boy. Save him? He got drenched in Magellan's poison. And then he says all these things, and then he goes, because he's my friend. That's all the reason I need, he screams. And I just got it. That is so good. Because it's so Luffy. And so you can see, just like we saw when we first met number 2 in Alabasta, or when we very first met him out on the boat, that he has that same deep need to actually be this loving friend. Like, friendship comes above all. So it made me wonder if people who are fans of One Piece treat their friends differently and try to have these deeper friendships. Because they're reading something where being a friend and the strength of friendship is a power in itself. There's devil fruit, there's bodybuilding and strengthening, there's haki, and then there's friendship. And friendship is a type of power.
I think some people for sure, but I do think a lot of people read this series to be like, man, I love the punch fighting these pirates do.
Wow. Okay, we're getting to my very favorite part.
Yes.
If I'm going to be honest with you, it was just hard to concentrate because I just wanted to get to my very favorite part. So we see the frozen area, and Luffy has been picked up, and Bon Clay is, Straw Boy, I have come to save you in the name of friendship. Forgive me for running away back there. And he grabs him and picks him up and drags him. The keys he left are these keys here. I never even thought about breaking out before now. And he drags Luffy through, going to the area where he was told the demon's invitation. What's that? Iva couldn't have been defeated by something as iffy as that. That's ridiculous. I've never met him, but people say he's performed countless miracles, and I still believe in his miracles here. See you later, great General King.
Goodbye.
And so when he takes them in here and he goes, he's the god, which is interesting because I talked about Izanami being a god.
Yep.
Of the underworld, a queen and god of the underworld. And here, Bond number 2 says he's the god of the queen of the queen world. And I was like, thank you. So he confirmed the idea. And this is when we started to say, like, I have to change, because I told you before I was struggling with how to determine how Oda would do things. And seeing the way that he did him here and in a couple of other places, I'm like, okay, I see you. And I'm hoping I can get into your groove and figure you out now, because you have taken the character of Izanami and you have turned them into a literal drag queen.
Yep. The drag queen of the underworld.
God, and he's now the drag queen of the underworld.
Yep.
And a god. So it fits all the characteristics that I would need for there being an Izanami character Queen of the Underworld, but just done in a way
we should add clarity for people who haven't been in the loop with all your predictions. But Izunami was one of the main things you've been talking about, because you've been talking about the idea of Japanese mythology playing a role, and Izunami is one of the original highest deities who was trapped in the underworld. And we enter the underworld and we find here the Queen of the Underworld, revered as a god by her people.
Exactly. And so this was for me like the greatest thing ever. And number 2 fights his ass off and almost dies from the wolves. And his last thoughts are of Luffy. And then the next thing that we see is what is the person called?
Which person?
Who finds them? The one who has the name of, let me get there. The one who has the same name is almost as Izunami.
Yeah, I can't remember. Inazuma?
I'll find it. Yeah. It is Inazuma, which is more attached to the name like Izunami. So it's like he was trying to give us kind of a signpost without actually saying it. So when we go into this place in the underworld, sometime later he wakes up. Oh, you're finally awake, brother. You were out for a long time. Come have drinks with me. What is this place? Have a seat. Which floor did you come from? Where am I? Where's the Straw Hat Boy? We have plenty of food here. And you walk in and there's just everyone everywhere dressed in the most outrageously awesome ways, partying and having fun and staring at him. And he does this spin and he's like, you're all wearing nice clothes. You're drinking delicious food. You're drinking booze. Is this paradise? And then Inazuma says, you're finally awake. You slept a long time, 10 hours or so. And I was watching this entire thing and I was having this feeling about it. And it was not until he said, did you sleep well, Candy Boy? I mean, Mr. Two Bomb Boy. And as soon as Ivan started dancing, I know that everyone thinks of this as being the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And I would agree 100,000% that Ivan's character is definitely built around the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Mm-hmm. But the actual vibe of this place is not Rocky Horror Picture Show.
It was something I didn't know existed. So get ready for education, lots of people.
So the Rocky Horror Picture Show is like two people who are coming up to a home, and then there's all these different kind of weirdo types of people, and it's awesome. And it became a real big deal, I think in 1973. But just prior to that, there was actually a different show. And I think that it would have had a huge influence on this. And that was Cabaret. So the reason that Cabaret is really important in this piece, I'm just trying to find my place with Cabaret in here. And the reason that Cabaret is really important in this piece is that Cabaret is a story that was made by a author in taking place in, I believe, I want to say it's 1939.
Yeah, it was pre-Nazi Germany.
Yeah, but it was just as Nazi Germany was rising. And it was the story of Nazi Germany rising up and using the quote-unquote deviance of these people in this cabaret club in this jazz time era. And it was using the deviance as an excuse to push its fascist agenda. And then when you look at the way that some of the guards and people have that symbol that Oda made for them, that's Impel down, the I and the M from, or the I and the D from Impel down, that he's turned into his own kind of version of a swastika. And he's given a bunch of different people in an Impel down like a feeling of almost being Nazi military. And
Magellan just looks like Nazi Satan.
It does look like Nazi Satan. But there's some people who still have those kind of outfits, and it looks like Nazi outfits in their own way. And so when you're looking at this, the cabaret is in the middle of Impel Down, and they're all partying and having this world that's taking place, and all around them are these people who have imprisoned the deviants, quote unquote. But the deviants have found a way to live in their own great life with their own levels of power, their own methods of finding happiness. So at the same time, it's also a way of looking at how gay, queer people in general have had to find a way to make their own worlds, their own paradise within hell. So there's multiple things layered in here, because in the midst of what is a version of hell to Oda, Impel Down is hell. The queer folk have found a way to have a secret underground society where they're able to eke out power, happiness, and be who they are and live out loud. And it is a queer joy revolution, like this person was talking about, in the middle of hell. Well, that talks about society. For years and years, people who are queer have had to kind of move around society's whims. Because something that's important to note is that prior to World War II, in Germany, there was a massive uprising, especially in places of Berlin, of people living very out loud being queer. There were lesbian bars, there were gay bars, there were places like this cabaret where people just lived as themselves. And the Nazi military also hated queer people and used it as an excuse to push their agenda, talking about how these people are ruining it for decent people. So it's fascinating that Oda put this in here and then gave himself all these people who look like Nazi Germany people as a way of showing that that's kind of one of the things that is going on inside of here. So it's so layered. It's so cool. I could not have been here for it enough. The other thing is that it was really interesting that Oda then chose to use the Rocky Horror Picture Show kind of mystique, because it's a halfway between both of them. If you look at Cabaret, there's all of these types of outfits, and the Rocky Horror Picture Show came out after the Cabaret, and so you can see the influence. They were contemporaries of each other, and you can see how the Rocky Horror Picture Show was informed by Cabaret. So I adored this because Oda was able to put in all these symbols that we otherwise might not have noticed about how the government acts in a Nazi way, that they pick up anyone from around the world that One Piece takes place in, and they say, this person is bad because they dress in this way and they use hormones and they change people's sexes and they do this and this. This person is a deviant and shouldn't be in this world because I don't like the way they do this and this. And where do they end up? In hell. And yet tons of them find their way in hell to somehow disappear, still be stuck inside of this hell, but eke out a place in which to live a real life. Blew my mind. It blew my damn mind. And I was like, this is absolute gold. I could not be more impressed with you. So I love it.
Hell yeah.
And then when you looked at the beginning of Cabaret, the very first song in Cabaret is Velkommen. And it's this whole amazing song where he's going off and saying things like, oh, here it goes. Velkommen. Oh, here it is. Outside it is winter. And you remember when they dragged him through the wintry forest? And they were taking Luffy through the wintry forest. Outside it is winter, but in here it's so hot. Every night we have to battle with the girls to keep from taking off their clothing. So don't go away. Who knows? Tonight we might lose the battle. That's one of the lyrics inside of the song Velkommen from the show Cabaret, which was first a book, then a Broadway musical, and then a movie. And so then there's another one later on in a different song from Cabaret, for the sun will rise and the moon will set, and learn how to settle for what you get. It will all go on if we're here or not. So who cares, so what? Who cares, so what? For the sun will rise, boom, up comes Luffy the god, and the moon will set, down goes the government. And you'll learn how to settle for what we get. So at the end of this thing, you might not like what we get. And folks, I don't think all of you are going to, because spoiler alert, Luffy's gonna probably die. When I'm reading this and looking at this and the way that he has put these things in, saying, yeah, like the sun is going to rise and the moon is going to set, but you are going to have to settle for what you get. Because in this one, they take away some of Luffy's life. Every time Luffy goes into Gear 2, he takes away some of his life. And so when you're seeing all these things that are eating up Luffy's life, you know that there's no way that they can keep him alive in the end. And that makes it even more ridiculously upsetting that Drock says a man is never a man only dies when he's forgotten. Because you know that Luffy is going through all of these things, and then in the end, when he passes away, he's going to do it in a way where he's never forgotten. I mean, Oda has immortalized him in our world and this world. And so he would never, never be forgotten. So he would never actually be dead.
I mean,
and so I think that this is kind of a little, hey guys, he's not going to be here.
I just want to go to something there, because people earlier were reacting to you talking about how One Piece affects how you see friendship, and how I do think there's a lot of people who read One Piece badly and their takeaway is it's fun when the pirates punch each other, and like people who are here to power scale and nothing else, and there's no thematic enjoyment. However, a lot of people were saying in chat that One Piece has made me a better person. One Piece has made me self-reflect about how I treat people, specifically Luffy. And so many people, when you said that, brought up Luffy specifically as affecting how they see the world. Luffy won't die, because I think of myself, I have genuinely been changed as a person. I feel like I have so many of my best qualities have been made better by Luffy as a character. Him, the fictional character, has helped me, the real flesh and blood man. And no, I think it only makes sense that Luffy dies at the end of the series, but he won't really die, because how could a character be forgotten who has affected the world so much and affected so many people? And Ron Quixote Dill saying you don't think he's going to die at the end of the series, I need to tell you, just look at any of the evidence. You're allowed to think what you want, but just briefly, he ends the prologue of the series by going to the platform where the man whose will he carries died, and he is about to be executed before his father saves him with what looks like divine providence and says his story does not end yet.
Yeah.
That is about as much of a statement of a character's fate as you can have.
Yeah. And trust me when I tell you, I don't want Luffy to die. I wanted him to find a way where he doesn't die. But as I'm looking at the evidence, I feel like he's trying to take us there slowly but surely. And so it's good. You can have denial. Denial is a thing. And God, I hope I'm wrong, because I'm going to be wrong about lots of stuff, and I hope I'm wrong. But I started to look at how he keeps taking away Luffy's life for doing different things, including this. Okay, let's put that on pause.
Yeah.
Because Luffy could very much live.
Totally.
Don't allow it to hurt your heart.
I don't think Brook dies. I think Brook is alive telling the story. I genuinely like the theory that Brook's the narrator and that he gets to carry on the Straw Hat story long after they've all died. I think that theory is very, very sweet to me. I enjoy it.
The other reason is when you're writing a story like this, it's really hard to leave a character as powerful as Luffy is going to have to be in the end to create something to just sit on a beach. Like when you looked at Star Wars at the end, you've got Luke stuffed up inside some cave somewhere. Why? He's too powerful to just exist in the world doing what? Being pulled upon everyone to police all of their problems? Like what? What was he going to do? I still think he was an idiot, and I don't like the way he did the narrative on that one, but whatever. So that's one of the reasons that authors will often make people like that leave the story and a man dies when he's forgotten, because otherwise, what else do they do with them, right? And then Usopp goes back and marries the woman of his dreams and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But
I'm just
telling you. He could also choose not to do that.
I'm just telling y'all, I know we want it to be wrong, but Luffy has been speaking semaphore with death flags this whole time, and y'all gotta learn to read.
Yeah. Also, he does have very many years ahead of him, obviously. Yeah. And also, The one benefit that I had for the Luffy not dying camp when I was like, okay, what, because I love disproving anything I think, is I said, okay, well, the one benefit for Luffy not dying, even though he's willing to give up his life in chunks, like he just took 10 years off his life, literally. She said, this is going to cost you 10 years. That's a lot. But one of the reasons for not dying is Luffy's character is kind of silly enough that I actually can see him being like, I was the Pirate King. I kinged as the pirate for a while. And then being like, okay, yeah, I'm kind of bored now. I'm done being a Pirate King, and just walking off and being like, you be the Pirate King now, because of how impetuous he is. I can see Oda making that choice. I just don't know if it's the one he's going to make.
I will say, future evidence has me believe otherwise.
I don't want to crush anyone's hole, because I think there's Luffy could live a long life pirate kinging, but who knows?
I genuinely think the thematics of this series are that death is going to happen and you can't fear death. You can't spend your life being worried about it, and you need to go after what matters to you and accept that this life can't last forever. That is so thematically relevant to One Piece, and Oda is a man who is literally killing himself to tell that story. He is living the values he is espousing, and I don't think he would let his character not do the same.
The pile of meat idea, though, is it's good. Just Luffy leaves. Okay, I'm done being the Pirate King. I made that. I'm going to go off and eat a pile of meat. But the other reason is not only does he allow Luffy to take away his life every time he uses Gear 2, not only does Luffy just give up 10 years of his life when he's in here without a thought about it, but then the other thing for me is that whenever he's like, you might die, Luffy's like, okay, and just walks into it face first. There you go. I might die. And so it would be strange for him not to. I think it will freaking, if it happens, I will be so mad.
I will
understand
for like a day.
I will understand narratively, but I would be so sad and destroyed by it forever.
I don't think the story works as well. I think it is a worse story if Luffy doesn't die. However, I will be crushed.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I can't even think about it. Like, I already want it to be so wrong.
Oh, no. You have no idea how much the ending of One Piece is, how much I've thought about how much I'll be hurt by the ending of One Piece. At the end of every episode, it flashes a big to be continued in the One Piece font that they haven't updated or made look better, and it still looks like cheesy 90s font. And I constantly think about that one day I'll sit down to watch an episode and it'll say the end instead of to be continued, and that makes me tear up. I am tearing up right now by thinking of a black screen that says the end in a silly 90s font. That's how much the end of this series is going to hurt me.
I'm only halfway through and I'm already starting to feel that way. Like, it's already crushing my soul.
Right?
Okay, we have to stop talking about this.
We do.
So for now, everybody, this is the last time we're talking about this terrible idea for Luffy for a long time.
For a while.
This is it. And we'll take it mostly out for the people of the tubes of you.
That's Cricket's choice. Cricket, you decide.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just leave it in a thing. But I want you to know that in my opinion, that he didn't, I think that a lot of people felt like he leaned into Rocky Horror Picture Show here. And in my opinion, he leaned way deeper into Cabaret, because he is trying to let us know who the government is and who he is saying they are like, which is perfect. Because in the last arc, when we did Amazon Lily, he was leaning into the comfort women. And that's why I think that he used the Chinese architecture, bringing them forward into the land of women. And then we come into this one, and he uses Cabaret in World War II still, and does this whole piece. And I think together, that tells us, the reader, that he is trying to make a connection between the government and the actions of the Axis forces during World War II without saying it.
Now,
so he's comparing them relatively.
Now, did you ever think you would be reading a pirate manga and be thinking about how it mixes influence from Cabaret, Rocky Horror Picture Show, Dante's Inferno, Buddhist, Greek, Christian, and Egyptian mythology at the same time?
Oh my God, no. This is just this arc, these two arcs put together, they're brilliant. These were some of the most brilliant pieces of writing I have ever seen. He and I've loved his work this whole time, and it gets better every time. But when I was reading these two arcs together, I was just like, holy shit, man. You have layered upon layered upon layered here. You have made all these questions. You have given voice to queer audiences. You've shown that queerness was acceptable and normal and part of life at different parts of history, because in different parts of history, queerness was just accepted as a fact. And so one of the things that I think everybody should know about Cabaret, the most important part, in my opinion, is that when the author wrote it, he knew about the Nazi uprising and how they were gaining more influence, but he saw their fascist government, as just being two fractions of German government that were kind of like at each other's throats, the way that the left wing and the right wing of the United States is, of Canada is, and of all these other places. He just saw it as normal parts of two different viewpoints having a battle over things. He didn't understand that what he was actually watching was the beginning of World War II. And so I think that it's really interesting, because he uses that to also have a parody of a warning, where he's saying, like, people, this was normal at different parts of history. Being gay and queer was normal at different parts of history. This was normal, and just who's in power decides what is normal. And he's trying to remind you that you're not making decisions on what's good and bad and what's decent and indecent all on your own. Your government is telling you, your shows are telling you, your consciousness together is telling you, and he's telling you that the people in power, the winners, the victors, don't only just write history. The people who are current power decide who is going to make history.
Damn, that's well
spoken.
spoken.
I think that it was so important to remember that, because that's how he's teaching you this. And when he tells us this, then you get to be like, okay, who do we want to be getting to be told about in history? Who do we want to get to create history? And it is such a warning shot across the bow, but it's also a great way of us hearing in this piece who's in charge and how are they taking down, and how are Luffy and the Straw Hats going to pull people in to pull down the tyranny that he is showing us how strong and how deadly and how terrible they are through this. And I was like, God damn, man, you are killing it.
I need this video to catch on. Everyone, do everything you can. I know I said I was only going to do a call to action for Marineford and Ennie's Lobby, but I think this video, this conversation, more than anything we've done, highlights that while there are two levels people already read One Piece on, one being it's a silly pirate manga with punch fighting, and one being that it has this thematic analysis of the world at large, I think people don't really appreciate how deep the thematic writing goes. And I have, without even being able to read as deeply as Mama Rock, I have previously thought how, like, so few people read this series to the depth it is capable of being read, and you have found another layer beneath it. Everything in this ties so well to tell a story of oppression, of authoritarianism, of the of repressing and deciding what gets to be valuable. And it's amazing. I so dearly hope that people watch this and get to hear what you've said.
You can clip a tiny convo. We talked about this and turn it into a little YouTube short.
You're right. That speech would make an amazing YouTube short.
Yeah. As long as you're dancing in the background. So put on some tights. Okay, here we go.
I also want to say quickly, that reminded me of something incredibly off topic. The Disney movie Wish is about fascism, and no one can convince me that the city of Rosas isn't named after Rosa Luxemburg. All right, we can move on.
Okay, I got a cough.
You're gonna okay. Oh yeah, people who argue One Piece is apolitical are fucking media illiterate. Like, it's not even It's not even political in the way all art is political. It is intentionally political.
But you know what I think is really interesting is he's true to two things here, because he is letting the people who started reading this when they were young grow up with him and see this on their own as they get older. But he's also still making sure that he's writing at a level where he's appealing to kids who are younger, and they can just, like any good cartoon does, where there's a whole bunch of, when you're watching a cartoon movie and you're the parent pissing yourself laughing at something that's flying over your kid's head. So you can make a choice in here.
I need to respond. Someone said One Piece is very libertarian, and someone said it's not libertarian. No. People get really confused about this. Libertarian doesn't mean what it means as the American political party. The American political party, the Libertarian Party, are insanely right-wing and honestly don't care that much about personal liberty. Political theory of libertarianism is just anti-authoritarian and a political belief that personal freedom has political value and should be protected against authoritarian control over the personal lives of people. That is One Piece's politics. It is libertarian, but classically libertarian, not in line with the modern United States Libertarian Party. Those are very different things. So when someone says it's libertarian, they mean something very, very different than if they said this, like, aligned with the Libertarian Party. Because the word libertarian gets a very bad rap in the West.
Yeah, and it's funny, in the West, both...
Don't say it's not libertarian, it's anarchist. Anarchism is a highly libertarian political ideology. Like, incredible. Sorry, you go.
Okay, so in North America... Yeah, I'd say that Mexico falls into this too. There's this tendency to forget that ideas like libertarianism are global, and have been thought about in different ways for centuries, and that we're just putting them under the world that we live in now. Okay, we can't go out of this without mentioning going back into a more lightly manga thing. So this is what I'm saying, that at the same time all this is happening, at the same time as he's making all these freaking amazing connections, he also just has Bantu say, no, I'm going to up Luffy's percentage ability of survival, and takes his ass over to the door and just screams for hours on end. You can do this, Luffy. I'm here with you, Luffy. You've got this, Luffy. You have got to be kidding me. And so for hours, you've got Bon Clay giving up all his time to just make sure that Luffy pulls through. I can't be here with you. I can't stand with you, but I can definitely talk you through this and give you love. Come on. Come on.
Yep.
Unbelievable. I just was like, oh, I love this man so much. I'm so angry about that.
About what? Oh, yeah, what happens to our good friend?
Yes.
Oh.
So wrong. Why does he hate people so much where he keeps making us cry and cry? And then I cry online and people are like, there she goes again.
Guys, I hate to keep it going. I care about politics. It's a thing I care about, political theory, so I keep doing this. People are like, Luffy's not a terrorist, he's a freedom fighter. Guys, those words have the literal same definition. They have the literal same definition. The difference is one's a good guy and one's a bad guy. That's it. They are literally the same word. Freedom fighter and terrorist are the same word. Don't split hairs.
But good and bad guy, this is what the other thing that we were talking about in this Who's in Charge. Because if you I taught some kids from South Africa, and they would talk to me about the terrorists who would plant bombs and stuff in South Africa. And I was like, who are these terrorists? Nelson Mandela and his people. And so who is a terrorist and who's not a terrorist is you just got to figure out which side you're on, and then you'll know who's the good and bad boy, depending upon
the
what
freedom fighter's
believe.
The terrorist you like, the terrorist is the terrorist you don't like.
Yeah.
Luffy is if you go by the definition, a terrorist. It's just like you don't like that word because it's a bad guy word.
Yeah, it is a bad guy word. Okay, ready? Now off you go into the Valley of Death. Oh, God damn. Only Oda, though, like, it's upsetting for me because we've had this conversation about the way that he draws women and the way that he thinks about women and how it will change. I think I'd like to see it change. And some people said that they feel it has, that as his daughters have grown up, that his way of seeing women has changed and deepened and enriched. And I would like to think that is true, and I'm hoping to see it because he has such an ability to look at and champion, like he is a champion of queer people. There's no doubt. I don't know why we even have to talk about it. Like, people are like, is this a queer positive? Obviously it's queer positive. So he's phenomenal at making these things. He has a hormone fruit, for God's sake, that actually transforms people's sexuality. Once somebody has a hormone devil fruit, the conversation about whether he's queer positive is dead. You don't need to have that anymore. You can just shut up.
Yeah.
He is being positive. God's sakes, people. And then here is the thing. So what was it? You would know because you stand for Blackbeard.
Oh, yeah, my man. Kicks ass.
What is it that Blackbeard says when he talks about when he yells at them about as long as they have their will or something, a man's dreams never die or something?
Yeah,
how does that go?
It's been translated as dreams are forever, a man's dreams never die. And then another thing he says is, as long as our wills are strong enough, we'll meet again. When we first meet him.
And he screams one of those at someone, right?
As they're leaving, he says, a man's dreams never die is what he screams as they're walking away. It's been translated a few different ways, but that's the gist.
Okay. That's identical to what Ivan is saying here. Miracles only happen to those who never give up. Never underestimate the power of miracles. Those are identical.
Yep.
Those are identical sentiments.
Someone's saying Blackbeard gets so lucky this arc, and I have something I want to talk about there that people are going to find really interesting because it parallels Luffy and Blackbeard, but we got to get to Blackbeard showing up. I'm just putting a bookmark, mental bookmark. We have
mental bookmark. Yeah, we only have so long, so I'm moving faster than I'm like, Mama, what do you think of Ivan's Chan's reaction to learning that Luffy? Okay, yeah,
so funny.
I'm going to get there,
We were on call when that happened.
It was so great because Drock said to me, what do you think about, okay, come on.
I said
I'm just going to read this and then, just wait. I'm just going to read this first and then we're going to forever put away the conversation about whether Oda stands for queer folk. In short, I ate the horn fruit. Now I can freely manipulate hormones at will. Gender, body, temperature, pigmentation, growth, excitement. I am the engineer of the human body who can alter people from the inside out. We're done now. He clearly is just queer positive. Move on. He says, and the woman became men. That's kind of like the miracles we do here. You know what? Why do people need to have this argument?
Hello.
Okay, so we were on the phone together, and Drock is like, what do you think about Ivan finding out about Luffy being...
Well, I was like, what? I specifically said it's important that... I think it says something that Iva was inspired by the loyalty people had to Luffy before he knew who Luffy's dad was, and you were like, oh, does he not know? And then you flipped to his explanation where he's like, yes, when Dragon's fleet of revolutionaries sail the world, I will be freed and go with them. I've been biding my time. And Luffy's like, oh, you mean my dad? You were reading this while we were on the phone. I actually said it slightly too early.
Yeah, you said it literally a page early. And Iva says, even if I escaped, he goes, oh, you mean my dad? That's right. When your dad mobilizes his army, I will escape to the outside world and throw myself into the affairs of the world once more. If I escape now, and then it goes, your dad.
And the best part for me was you went, oh, you were wrong. He did know who his dad was. And I was like, flip the page. Make sure you flip the page.
It was so good. Don't talk crazy. Your dragon's son? He has a son? That makes it even more believable. He's a total rookie pirate. Doesn't seem like somebody blah, 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 and goes on. And then we find this out. And that would explain his almost superhuman vitality. He may be telling the truth. Where are you from? The East Blue. I knew it. Dragon, You're always staring off in that direction whenever you walk out here. I do? How strange. I wasn't aware of it. It's like a homing instinct of an animal. Does your homeland lie in that direction? Do you have family back in the Eastern Sea? Mind your own business, Iva. Oh,
Love that.
yes. I can't wait for Dragon to turn into a dragon and one day come into a scene and just F some people up who are hurting Luffy.
All right. Looking forward to it.
I'm just... Put that in my predictions, would you?
That Dragon will turn into a dragon and hurt some people who are attacking Luffy?
Yeah.
All right.
Dragon will be like, eat this. Oh, sorry, people. I did not mean to cough into the mic.
It didn't really register. So now that Iva's inspired, because this is Dragon's son, they are ready to charge down, straight down with Inazuma's scissors to go save Ace.
Inazuma's scissors are incredible. Thanks, Luz. Inazuma's scissors, I would take that.
That's a good devil fruit.
That devil fruit. That's a good devil fruit.
You almost said dragon fruit?
Yeah.
Okay.
But in my defense, this time I was just talking about the dragon.
Of course. That makes sense.
Do you want to hear the sweetest thing in the history of sweet things that have happened in the last few minutes?
What's that?
Your dad just came in here and handed me some stuff for my cold and brought me a bubbly and was like, here you go, just silently put him down on the desk and then walked out.
Aww,
that's love, man.
That's great.
That's just such love. Such a good human. Okay. Watching Ace inside of here is... Did this person just say bubbly? What's that?
It's not worth it.
Is bubbly?
It's just a type of... It's a brand of carbonated water.
But there's no bubbly in the United States?
I don't know, maybe. Oh, my boy is cuddling me right now. He's very cute.
That makes me sad for you.
He's very cute. I love you, my boy.
I am so crushed watching Ace against this wall here.
Yep.
I wonder if Luffy will get Ace's necklace.
Who's to say?
I think he will.
What, do you think Ace
hope.
is just going to give Luffy his necklace? That's weird.
What?
Yeah.
Ace is going to die, man.
That is a belief that you have.
No, Ace is going to die. Yeah. If you haven't read, I'm just telling you, Ace is going to die. I know for sure.
Mama is finally saying the forbidden prediction directly on the show. That
Ace is gonna die.
That's very sad.
I can't even look at Ace.
We've had the forbidden prediction for so long, and now you're saying it?
He's my favorite. So listen
Kaido,
to me.
go to the
Listen
notes
up.
channel. She said it, and she said it definitely. That's a prediction now.
Listen, here's the thing. When we first met Ace, I immediately was like, uh-oh. Luffy's great, but he's a weirdo. He's not super bright. He acts impulsively, so he doesn't act super intelligent.
Never mind.
Okay, good. And meanwhile, Ace is super, super smart, super socially aware, doesn't just act on impulse, but is still really, really brave. I thought, you know what is really bad here? You can't have these two characters because people are going to be like, why isn't Ace the king of the freaking pirates? He's a better version of Luffy. And I was like, okay, you know what? Hey, don't say boo this woman. I'm right here. At least say boo Mama Drock. I'm a person. I have a name. I thought, it isn't fitting well. You can't have both Luffy and Ace alive. And then when I found out what Ace's name was, I was like, no.
Because it Latin
whenever
or something meant port key, right?
Yes, and I was like, whenever I read Paladin Berserker, you know I'm right, man. Whenever I read things that have ports in them, the port always breaks, falls apart, and disables. So I was like, this is not good. And now I'm like, yeah, there's no way he gets out of here. Well, he leaves the prison, and I'm ever so grateful that he gets some fresh air.
Yeah, when we were on call before you got to the bottom, you were like, I hope he gets to leave the prison at least.
Oh, can you imagine? Oh, and Ace is my favorite. I just love that kid.
Yep.
Okay, moving on. I can't even think about it. A straw hat, so that's him. He really came. He penetrated the impregnable prison. I'm not gonna lie. That is that's a sexual translation.
What? No,
there.
I think that's just a normal phrasing that normal people would say.
He penetrated the impregnable prison all the way down to level 6. Are you kidding me?
That's just a normal phrasing.
That's just, I'm sorry, that line was done badly. Ayo, I agree. When I read that, I actually laughed and was like, what the crap? You really translated this?
Just a normal translation. Is another day.
Oh, God. Anyway, let's move on. Let's keep listening to old Jim. Are you Straw Hat Luffy? Go after him. Hurry, they just put Ace on the elevator. Who are you? Hurry up, you may still be able to save him. So immediately, old Jim doesn't even try to save himself or get out. He's just like, get the hell out of here and go save them. And old Jim only gets saved when they run into obstacles and he gets let out. So I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. He's such a good person. Old Jim, come on. And then what to our wondering eyes should appear? Crocodile face. Not gonna lie though, crocodile face makes a prison outfit look good. And Sir Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea and the president of the Baroque Works, comes out of the thing and fights with Luffy. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Did I?
I don't think so. I don't think you made a prediction that Croc would be back.
I don't know if I made a prediction that Croc would be back, but I don't think that I thought Mr. Zero and Luffy would fight together.
Mm-hmm.
And so then they let out old Jim, and old Jim is like, let me fight with you. Oh, Deathwink, by the way, is incredible. And I've decided I love the hormone fruit, and I'm here for it.
It's a good fucking fruit.
Because I think people underestimate it and only think about it from a trans side. And I think it's really important to think about the fact that every single thing that happens inside of a body only happens because of hormonal changes. I saw someone
recently say, like, could you turn yourself into a giant? Like, could you just be in One Piece? Could the fruit turn you into a giant?
Yes. Everything, because you would just turn on the pituitary gland at a higher level. Yep. Everything that happens inside of a body happens because of hormones. Everyone is like, oh, you're hormonal. You're all hormonal. The world is hormonal, you boneheads. Hormones are in charge of everything. Hormones are what makes the body go round.
Oh, so
they make
true.
all the decisions. Yeah. The panel that I also really wanted to do was the We Have to Hurry, I Won't Let You Harm Whitebeard Crocodile, where all of them are standing together and you've got the great big Ivan in the background. Oh God, this is such a good arc. This arc,
it's so stellar.
Arc. It's so good. I love it so much. When they use the crab clipper to clip the stairs and turn it into a coil that comes down. Oh, everything in this is so good. And then we meet this butthead, Tell Magellan, I'm willing to help. And I can't believe how well Oda did at creating a symbol that looks like a Nazi symbol out of the Impel down words. And he showed how he did it in an SBS. And I was just like, I see what you did, and I am awed by it. Best spy fruit, honestly, if you can change hair color, skin tone, gender, whatever you want. God dang.
Okay. Best spy fruit, pull. Okay, Mr. Two's fruit, Iva's fruit, or Bluno.
Oh.
Wait, or Robin. Robin's is on that list.
Well, she can just add things.
She could put an eye or an ear on anything. And then if she puts an eye and can see something further, she can put another eye and another eye.
It's Ivan's. Ivan can change anything. He could be super, super tall.
Bluno can open a door in any wall. Robin can see and listen anywhere. Right? I think this is a competition. I don't think it's just Iva.
But the thing about Iva is Iva could change the shape of their freaking face.
Yeah.
They could just be a different person.
And Robin never has to be in the room. Robin can be across the city and have grown a chain of eyes and be watching you.
That's true. That's true. Oh, god dang. That's actually a really good question.
Bluno can open a door to anywhere.
Can go through the door thing. The door, what do we call it?
The Dormention. Bluno can basically teleport. I think there's a real fucking question here. And Mr. 2 can shapeshift.
Spin off. Mr. 2. Sorry, you'll have to be.
Ooh, we added the invisible fruit. That makes sense. That's also really good.
And Ivan all get together and are a spy team spin-off.
God.
It would be amazing.
There are so many good spy fruits, it turns out. That's a good... The invisible fruit, the clear fruit, is a good pull for an extra one. Good thinking.
Yeah, it's just that the clear fruit has been perverted for us.
Yeah, it's a good fruit. It's just a bad user. But God, I had never thought about how many of these fruits are great for a spy.
Fishman karate. Question.
Yeah.
Is Fishman karate similar to the things that they are learning in CP9?
It is another martial art. It affects water, so the reason it can hurt Luffy, and this happened before with Arlong, is because it affects the water within a body.
Okay, that makes sense. I was so happy for Mr. 3, because can you remember when I hated his stupid wax fruit so much?
And here he is being
so happy
such a teammate.
For Mr. 3 that he put up a great big wall for all of the poison to get hit on, and then made Luffy feet and hands that Luffy could kick some ass with that wouldn't get immediately rocked by the poison. I was like, Mr. 3, aww,
he's doing it.
You needed that, friend. And it really does help you. And then... Remember when I was so excited that Ace would get out of the prison? Oh, God, I can't even look at this page.
Ace is causing you some distress, huh?
I can't even look at this page. Take a good look at the sky. Once you're on top of the execution platform and your shackles have been locked, you'll never see it again. No. Rushed. Okay, I'm done now.
Okay.
I'm not done.
He got out of the prison! Yay!
You're the worst.
Just trying to look on the
Why'd you make me read this thing? It's so crushing.
I mean, you did say this is one of the best pieces of writing you've ever read, so that's why.
That's true. Okay. Here is when I was like, what? What the shit's going on? Why am I seeing a big black hole? Oh my fucking god. Damn it.
Yeah, motherfucker, he here. Mama Drak was wondering why this man cares so much about being a warlord, and also wondered, how's he think he's gonna stack up in the world when he doesn't have a powerful crew? Here we go! 2 birds, 1 Blackbeard.
And it's funny because I said to you, okay, no, he doesn't have enough of a crew. There's nothing he's gonna do. Blah. I hope he gets a better ship now too. Can we just put it out there that I no longer want you to have an effing log ship when you have like a crew of people from Impel down? It is time to level up. Come on, Teach, level up. Watching Teach move through. Oh, you know what's also really, really important about this, though? Like, can I just pause for a minute?
My boy.
Teach went out into the world, killed something that he was a blood brother with, stole the devil fruit, ate it, sold out Ace, in order to become one of the 7 warlords, all so that he could get to Impel Down?
Well, so the fruit was separate, but turning Ace in or Luffy was just to become a warlord, just so that he could get into Impel Down and break people out.
Meanwhile, Luffy hid under the dress of Boa and walked in.
And here's what I love about them, and here's when people said Blackbeard got lucky, why I want to disagree, and this is why when people are like, I bet you want Blackbeard to kill Luffy. No, I want Luffy to die at the end. I think the series is better thematically. I think the symbolic writing is stronger if Luffy dies. I want Luffy to destroy Blackbeard. I want Blackbeard to be the second strongest pirate in the world. I want Luffy to be the only person who can stop him, because he is everything Luffy is with one exception, and that is he is pragmatic instead of caring about people. He sees people for their utility and he values them for it, and he's not cruel. He won't go out of his way to hurt someone just for the fun of it, but he will only accept someone on his crew if there's utility to it. And here's why I don't think he's any luckier than Luffy, right? He comes in with the plan, the goal, the ambition to free people and make a strong crew, okay? Luffy comes in caring about people, wanting to save his brother, wanting to make friends. Luffy has an in because of his friendship with Boa. Blackbeard has an in because of his plotting and planning, all right? You with me so far? Luffy gets doused and poisoned by Magellan. Magellan, such a fucking baller. He doesn't listen to a monologue. He doesn't care about drama. He just swamps both of them immediately. He attacks before they have a chance to even prepare. He takes the element of surprise, goes for them before they can think about his powers, not even have a chance. Both of them are poisoned. Luffy survives because he has inspired friendship and loyalty in the people around him. They want to go out of their way to save him. Blackbeard survives because he has created an opportunity for another opportunist and pragmatist to use him for a practical benefit. They are exactly saved by exactly what makes them the 2 contenders for King of the Pirates.
I do agree with that. But what I like about the way they've done it is Luffy's way in is the same way that Luffy does everything. Get to Ennie's lobby, everyone's making a plan, Luffy's already running in. Get to the place inside of Impel Down where there's a hole and everyone's talking about how to do it, Luffy jumps in. So Luffy gets into Impel Down in the same way that he does everything. And then Blackbeard slowly works through levels of different things until finally he gets himself in a position where he can be in it. And I really love it that they both end up in the same place. They both end up doing the same things, except for Luffy is doing it for love and friendship, and Blackbeard is doing it for self.
For personal ambition and pragmatism. And one is going in with as little plan as he can, and one is planning as much as possible. But both of them are brave. They'll take on anything. They'll do what they want, and they have a dream. And I love the parallel. And it's why Luffy does need to win, because he needs to prove that the right way to be is to care about people.
Yeah.
So
Blackbeard is obviously going to put in, is it Shiryu of the Rain?
Shiryu of the Rain. Which means Death Dragon.
He has the name of Ryu. Ryu, Death Dragon, yeah. And then meanwhile, Luffy, Leroy Jenkins' ass through Impel Down. Leroy Jenkins! That's Luffy's whole feeling.
Blackbeard's plan was, in theory, bad because he didn't account for Magellan, but the vibe I get from that is, I don't think anyone knows Magellan's a big deal or is there or what his powers are. I genuinely think the world at large has no idea anything about Magellan.
Yeah, I'm very excited to find Shiryu of the Rain to be on Blackbeard's crew. I think they fit each other very well until one of them kills the other one. Because it would be hard to imagine Shiryu of the Rain allowing himself to be a number 2.
We'll have to see.
Mama Druck, how do you feel when we found out that Leroy Jenkins' video was staged? It was staged?
You've just informed
You just ruined everything.
Oh, no.
You just, how do I feel? I feel about this right now. Was it really? It was staged?
Yeah, apparently it was staged.
I'm gonna Leroy Jenkins. That makes me sad.
Yeah.
It was not. It was not. Oh, this person thinks
okay,
it was
what
not.
I've heard, what I've heard is that it was staged, but it was a thing he was known for doing in their guild, which is why they made the video. And it's like it's a staged, more planned out recreation of a thing the guy did, is what I've heard.
Okay. Okay with that. You want to know why? Because if he was doing it all the time and he would just scream his stupid name and run in, his friends are like, no, you owe us. You keep running in on raids and putting us in a position where we're screwed. So, we're going to actually tape it and put it out there. Yeah, I'm okay. Blackbeard, I think that Drock has this idea that one day Blackbeard will pull out a gun and just shoot Luffy. It feels very Crocodile. What was that show called?
What show?
It was a movie where he goes, that's not a gun. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Yeah. No, the reason I think he's going to shoot Blackbeard or shoot Luffy one day is because Luffy's being bulletproof is something we think of as so key to his character. And I think when you want to set up the big bad villain, you need to subvert our expectations and make us really feel that this is different. And nothing would do that more than Luffy getting a gunshot wound. Like, I truly think Crocodile Dundee, I truly think nothing, I don't think it needs to be a darkness bullet. I think man walks around with bullets in his guns in his pants. I think it's as simple as sucks up Luffy, turns off his powers, no longer rubber, pulls out a gun, shoots him.
Oh, wait a minute. He means sucks up Luffy's devil fruit. Yep. Luffy is no longer rubber. Yep.
Shoots him with a gun.
Shoots him.
And I think nothing would make us feel more like this is different than anything we've seen before than Luffy being shot. So I think it's going to happen. I don't think it needs to be a sea stone bullet. I don't think it needs to, because he can turn off devil fruits. He grabs Luffy, turns off his devil fruit.
He steals devil fruits.
Yeah. He turns off his devil fruit, shoots him with a gun. Yeah. And I think it doesn't need to be sea stone. And we just go, holy fuck, Luffy just got shot. Luffy being, I don't think he would die from it. No.
Well, most Luffy doesn't die from it. We will all go, yep, because we already knew.
True. Look, I'll go, fuck yeah.
Also, Phantom, yes, it was Indiana Jones, where the person has got their two scimitars and is like, and then the person, Indiana Jones, just pulls out a gun and shoots him. Yeah.
Yeah, sea stone defeats the purpose of making it impactful. I think we want it to be just like he turns them off. He sucks them up. He steals, temporarily gets rid of the devil fruit.
He's right, though, this idea of a hockey shot.
Well, because we've seen hockey arrows, so.
Exactly. Now that we know that hockey can be added to items and shot through things.
Could be.
There's no reason that can't happen. Blackbeard, when he comes in here, everybody else is kind of hiding, making their way through, having all these different big fights. Blackbeard just comes in and is like, walk, 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 open a hole, suck you down into hell, walk, walk, walk. Like, he just is so casual about it. You must be Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. Zeha, that's right, and who are you? And that's his future crewmate, for sure.
My boy, you're so needy today. Oh, little guy.
Mama Drock just crossed Crocodile Dundee and Raiders of the Lost Ark.
No. She said both separately.
I do what I want when
they were separate references.
Yeah. You know what I really enjoy is this. You remember before? Hey, do you remember back in the olden days when I was talking about Cabaret?
Yeah.
And the idea of the Nazi party being represented by the people within this prison at Impel Down, but is actually a larger picture of fascism with the dragon government?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Okay. So then the jerky dude who's trying to take over is you're nothing but pirates and rebels who became notorious for your deeds. You want to rescue your brother, a ne'er-do-well? Like he has no right to say that. You were allowed to roam the seas against law-abiding citizens. They would live under such fear if you were out. And then the warden goes on. And here's where he says, this prison was constructed as a warehouse for scum like you so that decent people could live in peace. If you were to get out, you would terrorize the world, and I'm never going to allow that to happen. Enough talk of justice and evil. No matter where you go inside of this world, you're not going to find the answer. It's a waste of my time. Okay, So this is really important because he is talking about the difference between decency and indecency, and what is good and what is bad. And so when I read this, I was like, that's the absolute proof that that's how it was intended by Oda, because the jailer feels like they know who is decent and who is indecent, and people who fall into categories like our main man on screen right now, not you, Drock, don't fall into the decent category. And so when you are looking at this, he's telling Luffy, this place was built so that we could put away people that the government has determined are not decent people. So they don't just like say innocent. It's not just about being innocent, because it is. He says innocent people, but what is innocence? Well, innocence is being decent, because the people aren't innocent. They fornicate, they drink, they fight, they spit, they hurt each other. So it's not like they're quote unquote innocent. The people of the world of One Piece aren't all walking around as wandering whisper willows being like, oh, puppy, let me pet it. What a beautiful day, mama. Let's go for a picnic, shall we? There is no innocence in that way, in the way that you would normally see innocence. So for him, innocence means decency, and decency means following the ways of the dragon people, which means things like we don't have people who are dressing like this person and acting in this way, and we don't have this. So they are choosing what is decent and indecent, and I think that is an excellent piece of proof that is exactly like fascism, where fascists decide abortion is indecent. Drinking, indecent, short skirts, indecent. So fascism works not just on the level of the big government, like that's what everybody likes to think. Fascism is the ultimate in your daily personal life, deciding what is decent and indecent. So decency is a really important word here historically, because all throughout history, whenever one group is trying to oppress people in a moral value, they always call it decency in some way. No matter how you translate it, it always translates in kind of this same genre. So I thought that was a really important phraseology. Yeah, your neighbor might report you for being indecent. Yes.
Yep.
And so it's, for me, I thought this was really, really fascinating, because it's the government right now is deciding what it looks like to be indecent. And so now I'm like, so what is the truth? We're gonna get there. I'm gonna figure out the 100 missing years, and I'm going to put it in skywriting.
Damn, you're gonna figure out the 100 missing years all on your own?
Why not?
All right.
Do we already know the 100 missing years?
I'm not gonna tell you that.
Yeah, you shouldn't, because if you tell me, I'll know a timeline, and then I'll use it.
Okay.
I really love the standing of Blackbeard and Luffy, where Blackbeard recognizes who Luffy is because he knows him, and Luffy for the first time understands who Blackbeard actually is, and that he was the one that's responsible for getting his brother taken away, etc., etc. And where he has to make an actual freaking decision on whether or not he's going to stop and take retribution, which would be really stupid. He's not ready for it. But the other funny thing is that after first meeting you, I soon found out blah, blah, blah. Blackbeard could just take him down right now in the prison. So why doesn't he?
Because he's a pragmatist, and he's always measuring the pros and cons of what he does. And he goes, look, kid, I have nothing to gain from fighting you. I don't care.
Exactly. But it's not that I have nothing to gain from fighting you, because if he just had nothing to gain, he would still probably dump him into a hole. But he has something to lose, time.
Exactly.
He knows that he's looking for certain people in this prison. He needs to have a certain amount of time to do it. He still wants to get out and go out and live and put things together so he can have his crew. He's gone through a lot of work to get here. So it's not pragmatic to stop and have a fight with somebody that, even if you're going to win, you know is going to take some of your precious time.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is really important, because some people might be like, well, why didn't you just kill him then? Because it wasn't the right time. If he had just killed him then he would have wasted the time that he needs to do the job he came to do there.
Exactly. He has an agenda.
If
He has a plan.
Just
He's going to follow
him.
it.
Exactly. If he could have killed him and it wouldn't have taken any of his time, I guarantee you he would, because he's pragmatic, and he would have said, I'm definitely going to have to deal with this little shit in the future, since he knows that I took his brother off.
Mm-hmm.
Also adore that, of course, who gets in front of Luffy? That's right, it's old Jim. Old Jim, I love you.
Old Jim is here to help. Ruffy.
Old Jim is always here to help. Such a good kid. He's such a good kid. I'm going to put old Jim on my team. I don't know why, but watching Buggy and Mr. 3 escape was so amazing for me. I was so happy that they got to escape. Like, more than so many people. They fought really hard, and they're just not that special in comparison to some of the people who are within this arc.
They're not weak, but they're not like Crocodile and Jimbei levels of strong.
Exactly. So watching them come out, and they're both like, you know, they're hardened criminals, but they're not like the other people. I just felt like, yes, it felt so good. So good.
I absolutely agree.
You were laughing because you agreed and you felt the same loveliness?
No, exactly. Yeah. This is a very cute sentiment.
Sometimes you're trying to figure out what it is about something that you like so much, and you're just like, I don't know, I just love this about this for us.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, good.
That is something I am absolutely familiar with in this series, is being like, I don't know, I just love it. Again, that's how I feel about Scratchman Apu.
Yeah, the octopus.
Can't explain it.
And the octopus.
Mm-hmm.
From Skypiea, you were like, I don't know why, but I love that octopus.
The octopus and Scratchman. I'm like, I don't know. I love the Octoballoon. I love Scratchman Apu. Cannot explain why. I'm just like, yeah, these guys.
I adore a thick layer of makeup protecting Ivan from being melted.
Very funny.
So, hair removal fist. Oh, God. The fights in here, the battles, one after another at a breakneck pace that makes you just like, oh, it was so addicting. That person is right. They just had it so right.
But how are they going to manage to escape?
Oh, God. This escaping is one of the crueler things that has been done. Oh, I don't want to always stop and do this, but because our crew is all over the world, I feel like I need to take a little moment. Fish, in the Robin, they do such terrible things. The final volume, the Rebel Army saves the slaves. I love that the Rebel Army is saving the slaves.
And it means Robin gets to meet revolutionaries.
There is a person there who has a giraffe head, so that's kind of copying. I don't know if you know this.
First time chat, just to come in and say there's no excuse needed for loving the giant derpy Octoballoon. You're so right.
That's amazing. But I don't know, and someone does Robin meet Dragon. We don't see that here, but what we do know is you start to wonder whether or not the Rebel Army is going to become part of the fight that's going to take place, because he must know that his son is up for execution. So is he going to be there? I say yes. We're going to have factions of the Rebel Army show up at the fight.
All right, a prediction. The revolutionaries are going to show up. Does Iva count? Technically a revolutionary, and he's on his way.
No, that's cheating. I already knew that. I think, I wonder if Robin will make it. Like, you feel like the Straw Hats need to be there, so I don't know how, but each one of them needs to get there because they have to. Can you imagine if the Straw Hats weren't at the fight?
This is a coin flip decision. Do you think they're going to be there or not?
The Straw Hats are going to be there, and here's why.
Okay.
Luffy's going to lose his brother.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to need the Straw Hats there to pull him back up from the ground.
All right. Prediction has been made.
Because Luffy is going to be crushed. So who can get there in time? There's some are in the East Blue right now, right?
Yeah. So it'd be hard for them to get there. Possible, hard.
I don't know if it's possible or not because it took us a lot to get us here, right? But can they go skywards and then down? Because we know that air isn't a problem.
I think Zoro's on the Grand Line, right?
Yeah, he is, and there's somebody else as well. And Nami can't pick them up. I do keep wondering because Ace is called a port key, and so I keep wondering if Ace is able to bring people to Luffy or take Luffy away from things. I don't know how Ace is going to use the ability of port key, but I feel like that has to happen before he dies.
All right.
I'll decide at the end of this. I've got 12 minutes to decide.
You
do. Old Jim going off into the ocean, doing the calling of the whale sharks. Beautiful. Because Magellan, we cannot overestimate how creepy, strong, and horrible that dude is.
Magellan is fucking terrifying.
He freaks the living crap out of me. And so for them to make it all the way to the end and then be stuck there at the water, and you're like, okay, what the living hell? I knew that there was going to be some kind of amazing fishmen, people coming out of the water. Like, it made sense. But I was like, but how are they going to get on? And I should have known because I've met this kid named Oda who likes to do things in a very terrible way. Although, can we just, let's take a second to admire the smiles on the whale sharks' faces.
They're very cute little buddies.
Such cute little buds. And I like for me that they're not going to end up in the fight. Because for a while I was worried they were. And I was like, no, not whale sharks. They're too cool. But instead, what does Oda do? Thank you for asking. Oda does this neat thing where he decides to kill number 2.
Yeah.
So all our friends get onto the boat. All the whale sharks bring them out. They cross them over to the boat. You're like, oh my God, how are they going to get out of the gate? And you're thinking to yourself like, oh, there's going to be some cool thing. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Did I see number 2? And then I was like, I didn't. And I go back and I look again. And then they go into the room and we see Magellan acting in a very non-Magellan way. And I was like, oh my God. Now, Apollo, I'm hoping no body, no death. Like, in my perfect world, I would say that we would get our number 2 back. I don't know how. I had this one moment where I thought to myself, well, Blackbeard comes back up and then swamps over Magellan. I don't know.
If Blackbeard happened to run into Mr. 2, you know he'd be like, hey, if you'll join my crew, I'll save you. If he could fight Magellan now that he knows his powers, who's to say?
Yeah.
But that would require him actually running into him.
Whereas I think that the last time I looked, he was down on the bottom. Right? So not fully possible. Okay, but the problem is what Oda said is this hasn't been sad enough since we're off to save Ace from execution and we're not going to do it. If you're there, answer me, Bon. Bon, Big Brother Bon, speak to us. Bon, the gates are about to close. We're going now. Thank you, Brother Bon. Strawboy, go save your brother.
Oh, that's so sad.
God.
It's not happy.
Oh my God. If it weren't for him, we'd be swimming with the fishes right now. The flower of friendship can bloom even in hell. And now the petals of that flower will be scattered upon the rolling bosom of the sea. And one day I will make that flower bloom again. Any last words? May we meet again as soon as possible.
I'm being swarmed by dogs.
God dang, that's
I think I'd be
crushing
crying
my
right now if dogs
soul.
hadn't have shown up.
God.
It's not.
I was just sitting here.
It's a bit brutal.
God damn.
Yeah.
God. Oh, so we find out all the things about Buggy and how they give him a much bigger, unwarranted, a very unwarranted reward for him now, because they're like, oh, you were on this crew and you did this and you're so strong. And then I was loving Buggy until this moment, and then he became. You know what? Actually, Buggy is the Usopp of this straw
Of the temporary
crew.
Straw Hats.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he kind of is.
Of the temporary Straw Hats, Buggy is the Usopp character.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He's the villain Usopp, and he is failing upwards. And so at the end, I was like, yuck, Buggy. I don't like what you're doing. And then Luffy, I'm going to save Ace. Just watch. It'll be easy as potatoes. Don't you mean pie, Straw Hat? You in the mood for baked potatoes or something?
It's a good bit.
Even in the midst of all of this terribleness, we have great jokes taking place. And then it ends in the most beautiful way. Go ahead.
I've talked to you about this, how you are so convinced Ace is going to die, but if you were back in the day, you would be seen as a crazy person for saying that, because everyone was like, yeah, we're going to save Ace. And everyone who said otherwise, people were like, you think they'd kill Ace in One Piece?
Oh, he's going to die.
Well, that's what you
Navy
think.
headquarters at noon. He is. 3 hours until execution. We will now escort the condemned to the execution platform. Up the stairs. And then he goes through his life with Luffy. Listen, Luffy. We have to live our life without regrets. Someday we're going to go to sea and live however we want. A life of true freedom. It says that over Ace's head while he's shackled on two sides by 2 armed guards and is being led out to his execution in a flashback. Oh, curse you, Oda.
So,
curse you.
How do you feel about reading chapter 550?
What do you mean?
Reading the next chapter?
Do you want me to read it out loud?
Yeah.
Oh, the whole thing?
People were actually asking ahead of time to make sure you read 550.
Oh my god, does it get that bad?
I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember what happens at this point.
Let's do it. South Blue. Only 3 hours to go. But where's Whitebeard? Who knows? Do you think he'll show up? Whitebeard's got to be pretty old by now. I haven't heard much of him lately, East Blue. He's an old-fashioned dinosaur. Do you really think that he can beat the Navy? No matter who wins, a lot of people are going to die. If he's wise, he won't show up. What's the life of one pirate against so many? North Blue. I want grog, barkeep. I'm not open today. Go away. I'll open tomorrow if there's still a world. Then just sell me a bottle. I need something to get me through this. West Blue. He's no ordinary geezer. He hasn't gotten weaker at all. It was only a year ago. The moment we laid eyes on the man in that chair, our lives were as good as over. The grand line. Even the children know about him. Listen to them sing. Whitebeard is humming, the devil is coming. Heavenly Father, deliver us. On the island of Marineford, there is a navy where the Navy headquarters are located. There is a large town inhabited mostly by the families of the Navy personnel. The citizens have been evacuated. The Sabati Archipelago, where they witness Ace's execution on monitors. Reporters and photographers have gathered there from near and far to report the news to the world. Look, it's Ace. The Navy surveillance ships have all disappeared. So far, there has been no sign of Whitebeard, but the whole island holds its breath. Only 3 hours until Ace's head rolls. Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, the Grand Line. We have to be ready for anything. Famous fighters from all over the world have gathered here. It will all be over in 3 hours. 100,000 elite troops stand by and ready for battle. 50 ships of war surround the island and its crescent-shaped bay. Spoiler alert, it's not crescent-shaped, it's a moon. Batteries of heavy cannon line on shore, and 5 people stand at the head of the massive force, ready to decide the outcome of the battle. I just can't imagine. Boa or Hawkeye fighting against Luffy's gang.
Out of nowhere. We will finish this, but afterwards we need to go back in time to do our closing segments because I'm realizing I forgot them because my brain is dead.
That's good. They are the pirates. And high atop the execution platform in the town square, the central figure of drama, 2nd Division Commander of the White-Speared Pirates, Portgas D. Ace kneels and quietly awaits his fate. The platform is guarded by the Navy's most powerful officers, Navy Admiral Okiji, Navy Admiral Stupid Face, who I hate, and Navy Admiral Kizaru.
I think this is your first time fully seeing Akainu.
Yeah, I hate him. These mighty defenders of justice have come to prevent the rescue of Ace and to do battle with Whitebeard and his pirates. Tub Current. Hey, Jimbei? It's the gates of justice. That was fast. Actually, it took longer than usual. The wind was against us. Now, how do we get through the gate? All right, men, we're here. And what's beyond the gate? Fortune and glory. That's right. Marine Ford. I'm going to tell them everything, Garp. Have it your way. I'll be waiting below. Stand back. Yes, sir. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, give me the transponder snail. What's going on? I have something to say to you all. The execution of this man, Portgas D. Gase, is a matter of enormous import. It's not your fault. Haha, women sure are kind about stuff like this, Suru. Ace, what is your father's name? His father's name? What difference does that make now? My father is Whitebeard. Not true. It is true. Whitebeard's my father and there's nobody else. We were looking everywhere when we got word from a cipher pole about the possibility that one of his children might be on a certain island. We examined newborns, unborn infants, and their mothers, and we found nothing. But that was only natural. Your mother used a trick to hide you that cost her her life. We were fooled. The whole world has been fooled. Your mother lived on the island of Batarilla in the South Blue. Her name was Portgas D. Rouge. She did something we never imagined was possible. She hid her child in her womb for 20 months in order to save it. She bought your life at the cost of her own. Your father was executed 1 year and 3 months before you were born. The blood of the most terrible fiend the world has ever known runs through your veins. Don't pretend not to know. Your father was Goldie Roger, the Pirate King. Holy shite. And yet somehow Luffy is going to be the Pirate King? My unborn child is innocent, Garp. Take care of my son. That's why they're killing Ace.
Yeah.
Those bastards.
Yeah.
Okay. So then Garp lies and says it's dragons. I don't even know what to say now.
It's a lot, huh?
No wonder they're trying to kill. See, nothing made sense. Nothing made sense. I was like, why are they trying so hard to kill frickin' Ace? Why?
Yeah.
I figured it out now.
Yeah. You were right that it didn't quite click.
I don't even know. Now I'm going to have to sit with these 2 pages for like a half
Do
an
you now
hour.
understand why everyone wanted you to read this live?
Yeah, I don't blame them. Oh my God. People! Will this man ever stop being a sneaky sneakerson?
Do you think you are going to save reading this arc for tomorrow, or are you going to binge read as soon as we hang up?
Why?
Because I want to know if I should drive up to hang out with you tomorrow or today.
Oh no, is it that crazy?
Yeah.
If you want to be with me when I read it, then do it tomorrow so that you're safe, because the roads will get slippery over the mountain.
All right. I did drive last night. It was all right.
And I ain't having my baby out on the highway of craziness.
All right. Once you start, I don't think you're going to stop.
Even though,
so we can wait for tomorrow.
Even though this is murdering my sanity, I don't want you driving over the mountain. I will drive so
slow.
No.
All right.
No way, man. No way.
All right.
Guys, you need to understand. We have a section of highway in between us. It's not that far, but it is that high. And I'm not having baby Drock out there on the highway, slip a slide in and having any possible problems. So even though it will murder my soul.
Should we finally do our plug and closing segments?
Oh, I'm good at closing segments and plugs. Let me start with the plug. I got
it. Don't worry, Red Potato. We're doing there. We got it.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready for my plug?
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Hey, YouTube. Press the like button, I guess. Or whatever.
Anything else?
Don't. Maybe subscribe, or, don't.
Yeah? All right, top 5 characters.
Top 5 characters! Okay, somebody in one of our chats said that we should do top 5 characters, and that it should be top 5 characters by Luffy and Mary, because Mary's number has been retired. Oh, here we go. How to make a top 5 character?
Well, first, do you want to do Luffy tier list? Where our boy goes?
Luffy S tier.
Wait, S, or are you gonna open up the forbidden S plus? Because you can only put like 2 or 3 Luffys ever in S plus.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it. This is an S plus. Yeah.
We have an S plus Luffy.
No, not an SS. We're not doing a double S. We are not.
This is the worst arc to do a double S in, but that does kind of make it funny if we were going to.
Fine. He's SS tier.
SS tier Luffy.
SS. Yay!
Oh. Double S rank Luffy. Don't worry, it's a Nazi joke. It's fine if you don't understand.
And him being related to Luffy.
It's a joke about Nazis.
Don't forget to give her a star and mushroom for her prediction about Ace's mom and being related to Luffy. What do you mean being related to Luffy? I didn't make predictions about being related to Luffy.
Did you?
Well,
what is the prediction?
No, why would I make a prediction about Ace being related to Luffy? I just thought he was.
I mean, a long time ago, we already gave a penalty for saying all the D's were related.
I already got penalized for
saying all the D's were related.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, ready? Barbecue. Oh, God, this is going to be so hot for me. Oh, my God. I love this picture.
The one I've been drawing?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The highlighting in the lime green and blue, so that we get like show light highlight.
Yeah, that was the thought.
Love that for you. Love that for me. Here we go.
Here we go.
Number 1. Straight to the top of the charts. Bon-Chan.
Fair. Honestly, who else is it gonna be?
No. Man gave up his life to get people through that goddamn gate. Number 2, stood outside of Luffy's room and got everyone else to stand there crying and screaming for him to have Luffy survive.
Yep.
Bon-Chan.
Bon-Chan number 1. No
Boom.
doubt. 100%. Oh, wait. Remember, we had a prediction, both of us. I had a prediction. I get a gold star for me where I said the next time we meet Bon-Chan, you'd like him even more.
Ah, that's true. That's true. Gold star for you.
Hooray.
It came true. Your celebration there was maybe a bit too big. Hooray.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Next prediction. Next person is number 2. Ivan.
Yeah, that's fair. The fucking queers out here winning.
Yeah. No, that's true, actually. Number 5. Are you number 5? Buggy.
Buggy D Clown.
Buggy.
Fair.
Number 3. Old Jim.
We got old Jim. He's here, ladies and gentlemen.
He's number 3. And number 4. Actually, can I put Buggy at number 5 with my great good friend number 3? Because they are a team.
No, they should be together. They should be together for sure.
Yeah,
they were buddies.
They're a little package. So let's put number 3 with Buggy so that they can hold hands and make cool hairdos because they both have a tendency to do some shit with their hair. And number 4. Everyone in the comments, you forgot Nami.
Guys.
Cheeky buggers. Cheeky buggers. Blackbeard is number 4.
Yeah, fair. I understand it being a hesitant, but like, it adds a lot of flair and drama that he shows up.
I do not want it to be Blackbeard. Yeah, I know people. Boa's number 1 in the other one.
Yeah,
She's
Boa's
got
number
it,
1.
but
look, Boa was here.
And she's in the beginning, but
look,
Blackbeard. It was almost Magellan in there, but when I thought about who I liked and then who gave me the most, it was Blackbeard.
I think his appearance here highlights something I love about Blackbeard, which is every time he's not a villain. Someone said this earlier. He's not a villain who's indestructible, who shows up and can't take damage. And you're like, oh my God, how can we beat him? He gets fucking rocked every time he fights someone. He takes at least one big hit and is like, that hurt like hell. Anyways, and then crushes them.
Oh, the worst character of the arc.
Right, we're doing the worst character of the arc now. Who do we hate the most?
As far as who sucks the most and I don't like?
I think you can treat this just like favorites, however you want, and you'll change the bar whenever you feel like it needs to be.
You know what? I really appreciate that because that's how I like things.
It is.
However I want.
No room for corkboard. We've already been going over 4 hours.
Oh, I've been
corking the whole way.
time.
This was an old school integrated corkboard.
If we're gonna be honest, this was like in the heyday of corking when I was just like, I'm gonna cork and talk. I think that I don't know, but I think this one is gonna rival predictions for Skypiea.
Yeah, I think so.
If not this one, then the last one because I was corking away in the last one.
If you just count the total stream, this is probably the most predictions.
Yeah,
12 predictions total. Okay, so
next time maybe I might give you guys a new picture of the corkboard next week because I'm going to be adding and changing some things. Apparently, I don't know if you heard this, but Ace's dad was Goldie Roger.
That is true about him.
And now Ace is about to die.
Possibly.
The person I liked the least in Impel Down, who I was like, I could do without you, was the dominatrix.
Sadie? Someone actually suggested that earlier. Sadie, sorry, you win the coveted spot of worst. I'm gonna be real.
You just
Wait, no. I was gonna say this is an arc with only 2 women, and one of them was the worst, and none of them were top 5. But number 1 and 2 were genderqueer, so never mind. We're rocking it.
We good.
We both kind of like Hannibal. Like, we both found him really entertaining. We didn't talk about him today at all.
Yeah, we really did. Did I want to? No.
Yeah, I just like, he's kind of fun.
He's fine. There was a really great moment too between Magellan and Hannibal where he says, "Don't die. You're the only one who could take this on," or something.
You're the only one who could run this prison in my absence.
Exactly. And I was like, oh, that's weirdly...
We didn't do a worst of Amazon Lily, but there wasn't enough characters.
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, retroactive?
I'm doing a worst... Pardon?
Retroactive.
A retroactive, yeah. You're not going to like it.
Yeah, okay.
It's the big-headed sister. She freaks me out.
Fair enough.
The big-headed sister makes me feel uncomfortable. I know, guys, but she makes me feel uncomfortable, and I'm allowed to change it anytime I want. It is what it is. Come on. Don't boo me. I'm just one kid, and I'm adorable.
Oh, man. That's great.
I think that it would be worth starting to make some little YouTube shorts so people can look at our...
It would be, but I have not the time. That would need to be a thing that someone else does.
But what I was going to say is you could get somebody to do that who is also doing the VODs.
It's a lot of work, but it is possible.
So if somebody is interested in doing the VODs, they can do shorts. I can do a short right now. Watch me. I'm talking about stuff. Ha, ha, ha. The end.
Hey, thank you guys for being here. This is a blast. Can someone find someone to raid, by the way? You need to tell me who they are and what they're streaming. I need a username and what they're streaming.
Existence?
Thank you guys for being here. This is so much fun. I am so glad we're getting to the big parts of One Piece. I'm really happy you loved Impel Down so much because it plays into a lot of what you've been talking about.
It's my favorite arc now, right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fight me.
Chibi Doki. That sounds like a cute
Are you there?
Alpharad. I love Alpharad. I've always wanted to stream Alpharad. Guys, wait a minute. Alpharad's a huge One Piece fan. This is actually great because if you guys mention you were on a One Piece show, there's a chance he's going to be interested. Never mind, it's Alpharad. It's that easy. That easy, folks. All right. Let's say goodbye. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Please look good for Alpharad. Let's say goodbye.
All right.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm using you for networking. No, Alpharad's too big. That's unlikely to be anything, but I do like his content. Are you listening to... Am I listening? Why is it... Why can I hear me? Are you there? Madre? I guess she's gone? All right, well, she left us early. I have our thank yous and goodbyes from earlier. This is so much fun, everybody. I had a blast. I love this section of the story. I'm so happy Mama has been. You guys have been amazing. You've been such an incredible community in chat, and I've been so grateful to have you.
I don't know why, but I can't hear you.
Well, I can hear you again. Oh my god, I pressed a mute button. Hi. Chat could hear me, but you couldn't. We're saying goodbye. Are you there?
I'm here.
Say goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
At least we might successfully raid. Hey, everybody. Yes, oh my god, I forgot to plug it. We'll plug it next time because it's going to take a bit. It's going to take a couple of weeks, but we are doing a Warhammer 40k stream. All right. Everybody, until next time, it's been lovely talking to you. That was hilarious.